The Living Torah, a new translation based on traditional Jewish sources by Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan. The third edition of the Living Torah is dedicated to the memory of Rabbi Kaplan, whose writings inspired many. May his works continue to bring Torah into every home. Translator's Introduction. It is with great trepidation that one begins a translation of the Torah. It is the book most sacred to Judaism. Every single word has infinite significance and depth. From the beginning, the translator knows that most of this will be lost in translation. Yet, at the same time, the translator has the responsibility to preserve as much of the Torah's depth and meaning as humanly possible. Moreover, it is much easier to translate a book that has never been translated. The Torah, however, has been translated dozens of times. What justification is there for a new translation? What will this one have that others have lacked? Most previous translations of the Torah can be divided into two categories. The traditional ones are, for the most part, based on the King James translation. Although a superb scholarly work, this translation is not rooted in Jewish sources, and often goes against traditional Jewish teachings. Furthermore, the language is archaic and difficult for the modern reader. Both of these shortcomings remain in most traditional translations. Although the modern translations may be more readable, they are often even more divorced from Judaic sources than the others. While archaeological and linguistic discoveries may be extremely interesting, they are not part of an unbroken tradition. And many Jewish traditions regarding how to translate the Torah date no more than 1,000 years after its writing. Since change was slow to come in ancient times, one would expect these traditions to have a high degree of reliability. Even more important, these traditions form a fundamental area of Jewish faith, no less than the Torah itself. The Talmud and its cognate works are part of Jewish tradition. A translation that disregards the teachings of the ancient sages will appear strange, almost alien, to the modern Jewish reader. Therefore, the philosophy of this translation has been to treat the Torah as a living document. Our sages teach that every day the Torah should be as new. This indicates that even a translator may not treat the Torah as an archaic document. It also implies that archaic or obsolete language must not be used when translating the Torah, because this language gives the impression of the Torah being old, not new. Thus, for example, many purists still insist on translating the second person singular as the, because Hebrew distinguishes between the second person singular and plural. It is obvious that this would indeed make the translation more accurate. But on the other hand, it would also give the text an archaic flavor, no matter how modern the rest of the language. For this reason, expressions such as this one were not used. More important is the use of idiomatic language in the Torah. The greatest mistake of any translator could make would be to translate an idiom literally. Imagine an expression such as, "I have a frog in my throat," translated into another language, in which its idiomatic meaning is not known. It is obvious that the Torah contains much idiomatic usage, and translating it literally, as do most translations, distorts the meaning of the text. To a large degree, the oral Torah consists of a traditional as to how to render the idiomatic language of the Torah. Thus, the oral tradition teaches that the expression, literally translated, between the eyes, Exodus 13:9, is actually an idiom denoting the center of the head just above the hairline. To translate it literally would not only go against tradition, but would be incorrect. The Talmud itself warns of this. In one of the most important teachings regarding translation, the Talmud states, "One who translates a verse literally is misrepresenting the text, but one who adds anything of his own is a blasphemer." The Talmud realizes that one who translates literally will often find himself translating idiomatic language, and to do so literally is the cardinal sin of translation. One must clearly understand what is to be taken literally and what is to be taken idiomatically. However, one may not add anything of his own, and any such judgment must be based firmly on tradition. Another problem in translating the Torah is that of sentence structure. Clearly, the sentence structure of the Hebrew of 3,000 years ago bears little, if any, resemblance to that of any modern language. Therefore, if one slavishly adheres to the original sentence structure in translating, he will often produce a result very different from that intended by the original. At best, many passages will be difficult, if not impossible, to understand. This problem was recognized by Maimonides, and his advice should be engraved in every translator's mind, in his own words. One who wishes to translate from one language to another and tries to translate word by word, maintaining the order of both the subject and the words, will find his work very difficult, and will ultimately end up with a translation that is highly questionable and confusing. Rather, one who translates from one language to another must first understand the concept. Then he should relate and explain the subject according to his understanding, providing a clear exposition in the language into which he is translating. This is impossible without transposing the order of words. Moreover, the translator will sometimes have to use many words to translate a single word, while at other times he will have to use a single word to translate many. He will have to add and delete words so that the concept may be clearly expressed in the language into which he is translating. This rule places great responsibility on the translator. When one translates literally, word for word, ambiguities in the original may be preserved, if not aggravated. But if the translator must understand the text, he also has the responsibility to interpret it. To do so correctly, he must not only analyze the text very carefully, but he must also study all the works that interpret it. A good example is the Torah's description of the tabernacle and priestly vestments. Many passages are highly ambiguous, and without help from the tradition, it is very difficult to picture these items. If the translator does not begin with a picture, the translation will be even more difficult to understand than the original. The reader will complete the text having little idea as to what is actually meant. And on the other hand, if the translator has a good mental image of the tabernacle, it will come across in his translation. The ambiguities, which most probably stem from our lack of knowledge of biblical idiom, vanish, and a clear picture emerges. If actual illustrations and diagrams can be added to the text, clarity is enhanced all the more. This approach is particularly important where Torah law is concerned. A literal approach will often convey an impression that is diametrically opposed to the way that the law was carried out in practice. At best, unless the translator is completely familiar with the law, the result will be ambiguous and difficult to understand. But if the structure of the law is well known to the translator, it can be presented clearly in the translation. This is particularly important in the book of Leviticus, which deals with sacrifice and Levitical purity. In most translations, the reader ends up confused, with little, if any, idea how the sacrificial system worked. What we have tried to do is present the laws as they were practiced and as they appear in the codes, so that a clear picture emerges from the text. The narratives of the Torah were meant to read like a story, and this too must be preserved in translation. In telling a story, there is no room for heavy language or complex sentence structure. Sometimes one Hebrew sentence will be broken up into a number of sentences in English. At other times, two Hebrew sentences may be joined into one in the translation. The final goal is always clarity and readability. An example of idiom is the manner in which the Torah handles dialogue. In English, this is handled by setting each statement in quotation marks and beginning it as a new paragraph. There is then no need to repeat the name of the person speaking. In Hebrew, the same goal is attained by repeating the expression, "and he said," before each statement. Translating this literally can be very awkward and repetitive. What we have done in a number of places is simply to translate "and he said" with a set of quotation marks. Another frequent area of difficulty involves the various names of God. The convention, following the Septuagint, is to translate the Tetragrammaton as the Lord and Elohim as God. This, however, often produces strained results, and somehow referring to God as the Lord has a distinctly un-Jewish flavor. We have therefore consistently used God as the favored name, since it is the most often used. Lord has been used secondarily. This also reduces wordiness, since instead of the Lord our God, we translate such a passage as God our Lord. Since the Torah is the subject of literally thousands of commentaries, a major problem in translation arises where there is a disagreement as to the meaning of a passage. In simple terms, which commentary should the translator use? The easiest approach would be consistently to follow a single commentary. However, this would lead to many places where clarity would have to be sacrificed, or where lengthy explanations would be needed. Furthermore, it would involve the translator in making value judgments as to the merits of the various major commentators. Therefore, whenever there is a dispute regarding the meaning of a passage, the decision as to which interpretation to use has been based primarily on literary judgment. The fact that one opinion is favored over another is not meant to imply that we consider that opinion the most accurate. We are far from being in a position to judge the major commentators. If we have chosen the opinion of one commentator, it is only because his interpretation provides the simplest and clearest translation. The only exception to this rule has been where Torah law is concerned. Here, we have consistently translated the passages so that they reflect the final decisions in Jewish law. For the most part, this means following Maimonides' code, the Yad. Where law is concerned, literary considerations are secondary. In many cases, the major alternative interpretations of a verse are presented in the notes. Where some highly ambiguous verses are concerned, this might mean presenting as many as a dozen different opinions. Rather than discuss each opinion, we have translated the verse according to each authority in the notes. In the notes, we have also tried to identify each person and place to the best of our ability. Both parallel texts from the scripture and Talmudic and Midrashic works have been widely consulted where geographical places are concerned. Modern geographers too have been consulted. Although the notes were not meant as a commentary, they are intended to help the reader understand the text. Where the text does not provide all the information needed for comprehension, it has been supplied in the notes. It is hoped that the notes will help even those of limited background gain insight into the depth of the Torah. In short, what we have attempted to provide is a translation of Judaism's most important book. That is, accurate, clear, modern, readable, and, above all, in consonance with the living tradition of Judaism. While most of the translation will be understandable, even to a young teenager, there is considerable material that even the advanced scholar will find of interest. It is meant to be a book that can be given to a boy on the day of his bar mitzvah, and yet remain the subject of lifelong study. As if by divine providence, this translation took me exactly 9 months to complete, and in a sense, it is my 10th child. If anything, one's love for the Torah can transcend that of any mere human being. It is my prayer that this translation bring the word of God to the millions of Jews to whom the Hebrew original is still a closed book. May they see not only the text itself, but the infinitude of depth that lies beneath it. And for those familiar with the original sources, may it also open new heritage, and may it be a small contribution in bringing about the final redemption. Ariane Kaplan. Tammuz. I guess that's 1923. Using this volume. Sorry, I'm going to take a drink of water real quick. Life. The Living Torah is a volume that is meant to be read and enjoyed. The language has been kept simple enough for even a fairly young child to understand the text and enjoy the stories. For the person who wishes to delve deeper, there are extensive notes, explaining most areas where questions are likely to occur. References to the notes are indicated in the text by an asterisk. The asterisk therefore tells the reader that there is a note on the word or phrase that he is reading. The volume is rounded out with maps, illustrations, diagrams, and charts. Everything needed to make it more understandable. And no effort has been spared in making this the most comprehensive one-volume translation of the Torah available. Oh. In the original, the Torah's text is broken into natural division, known as parshioth. In this volume, every parsha has been numbered and captioned. This will provide the reader with a feeling for the original text, as it existed before the scripture was broken into chapter and verse. The captions also serve to break up the text and to give the reader a frame of reference. This system has also been incorporated into the table of contents, which is the first ever to list each parsha of the Torah. This can serve as a ready reference, where one can quickly find any idea in the Torah. The reader will also find the table of contents useful insofar as it will enable him to see the general structure of the Torah. In parentheses, immediately after each parsha heading in the table of contents is the chapter and verse with which the parsha begins. The text is also divided according to the weekly portions read from the Torah in synagogue, sidroth in Hebrew. The names of these sidroth are usually taken from the first words in Hebrew original of each portion. The sidra names are also included in the table of contents and in the running head on the top of the inside left-hand page. Chapter and verse are noted in a number of ways. The number is always placed in the outside margin, while the verse is in superscripts preceding the text. When a new chapter begins, it is indicated in the margin in somewhat larger type. The chapter and verse with which the open page begins is also indicated in the running heads at the top of the right-hand page. This volume also contains an extensive bibliography listing virtually every work cited in the notes. For the most part, traditional Jewish sources have been used. In some cases, Jewish sources that are not considered part of the mainstream tradition have been cited. But these are always sources that are, at least on occasion, quoted in mainstream traditional sources, although some ancient classical non-Jewish sources have been quoted. They are used mainly to clarify questions of geography. or history, and not to explain the text. An important feature of this volume is a comprehensive index, which is in itself a major work. Every name, place, law, idea, and concept that appear either in the text or the notes has been indexed. The index therefore opens up the text and makes it possible to find anything at a glance. Those who have spent hours trying to find an obscure reference will immediately welcome this feature. In general, we have tried to produce a volume that could be used and enjoyed by a young child, and yet at the same time remain an important source and tool to him. No matter how far he advances in his studies, simple enough for a child, this volume is comprehensive enough to be valuable to even the most advanced scholar. It is a volume that can be extremely valuable to the layperson and specialist alike. It will make studying the Torah a living experience for all. All right. Genesis. Creation, the first day. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. The earth was without form and empty, with darkness on the face of the depths. But God's Spirit moved on the water's surface. God said, "There shall be light," and light came into existence. God said, God saw that the light was good, and God divided between the light and the darkness. And God named the light day, and the darkness he named night. It was evening, and it was morning one day. 2. The second day. God said, "There shall be a sky in the middle of the water, and it shall divide between water and water." God thus made the sky, and it separated the water below the sky from the water above the sky. It remained that way. God named the sky heaven. It was evening, and it was morning, a second day. 3. The third day. God said, The waters under the heaven shall be gathered to one place, and dry land shall be seen. It happened. God named the dry land earth, and the gatherings of water he named seas. God saw that it was good. God said, "The earth shall send forth vegetation, seed-bearing plants and fruits and trees that produce their own kinds of fruits with seeds shall be on the earth." It happened. The earth sent forth vegetation, plants bearing their own kinds of seeds, and trees producing fruits containing their own kinds of seeds. God saw that it was good. It was evening, and it was morning, a third day. 4. The fourth day. God said, "There shall be lights in the heavenly sky to divide between day and night. They shall serve as omens and define festivals, days and years. They shall be lights in the heavenly sky to shine on the earth." It happened. God thus made the two large lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the smaller light to rule the night. He also made the stars. God placed them in the heavenly sky to shine on the earth, to rule by day and night, and to divide between the light and the darkness. God saw that it was good. It was evening, and it was morning, a fourth day. 5. The fifth day. God said, "The waters shall teem with swarms of living creatures. Flying creatures shall fly over the land, on the face of the heavenly sky." God thus created the great sea monsters, along with every particular species of living thing that crawls, with which the waters teem, and every particular species of winged flying creature. God saw that it was good. God blessed them, saying, Be fruitful and become many, and fill the waters of the seas. Let the flying creatures multiply on the land. It was evening, and it was morning, a fifth day. 6. The sixth day. God said, The earth shall bring forth a particular species of living creatures, particular species of livestock, land animals, and beasts of the earth. It happened. God thus made a particular species of beasts of the earth, particular species of livestock, and particular species of animals that walk the land. God saw that it was good. God said, Let us make man with our image and likeness. Let him dominate the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, the livestock animals, and all the earth, and every land animal that walks the earth. God thus created man with his image. In the image of God he created him. Male and female he created them. God blessed them. God said to them, Be fertile and become many. Fill the land and conquer it. Dominate the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, and every beast that walks the land. God said, Behold, I have given you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the earth, and every tree that has seed-bearing fruit. It shall be to you for food. For every beast of the field, every bird of the sky, and everything that walks the land, that has in it a living soul, all plant vegetation shall be food. It remained that way. And God saw all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. It was evening, and it was morning, the sixth day. 7. The Sabbath. Heaven and earth and all their components were thus completed. With the seventh day, God finished all the work that he had done. He thus ceased on the seventh day from all the work that he had been doing. God blessed the seventh day, and he declared it to be holy, for it was on this day that God ceased from all the work that he had been creating, so that it would continue to function. 8. Man. These are the chronicles of heaven and earth when they were created, on the day God completed earth and heaven. All the wild shrubs did not yet exist on the earth, and all the wild plants had not yet sprouted. This was because God had not brought rain on the earth, and there was no man to work the ground. A mist rose up from the earth, and it watered the entire surface of the ground. God formed man out of dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils a breath of life. Man thus became a living creature. God planted a garden in Eden to the east. There he placed the man that he had formed. God made grow out of the ground every tree that is pleasant to look at and good to eat, including the tree of life in the middle of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. A river flowered out of Eden to water the garden. From there it divided and became 4 major rivers. The name of the first is Pishon. It surrounds the entire land of Havilah, where gold is found. The gold of that land is especially good. Also found there are pearls and precious stones. The name of the second river is Gihon. It surrounds the land of Cush. The name of the third river is the Tigris, which flows to the east of Assyria. The fourth river is the Euphrates. God took the man and placed him in the Garden of Eden to work and watch. God gave the man a commandment, saying, You may definitely eat from the tree of every tree of the garden, but from the tree of knowledge of good and evil do not eat, for on the day you eat from it, you will definitely die. God said, It is not good for man to be alone. I will make a compatible helper for him. And God had formed every wild beast and every bird of heaven out of the ground. He now brought them to the man to see what he would name each one. And whatever the man called each living thing would remain its name. The man named every livestock animal and bird of the sky. All the wild beasts, but the man did not find a helper who was compatible for him. God then made the man fall into a deep state of unconsciousness, and he slept. He took one of his ribs and closed the flesh in its place. God built the rib that he took from the man into a woman, and he brought her to the man. And the man said, "Now this is bone from my bones and flesh from my flesh. She shall be called woman, Ishha, because she was taken from man, Ish. A man shall therefore leave his father and mother and be united with his wife, and they shall become one flesh. The man and his wife were both naked, but they were not embarrassed by one another. The serpent was the most cunning of all the wild beasts that God had made. The serpent asked the woman, "Did God really say that you may not eat from any of the trees of the garden?" The woman replied to the serpent, "We may eat from the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, God said, 'Do not eat it, and do not even touch it, or else you will die.' And the serpent said to the woman, 'You will certainly not die. Really, God knows that on the day you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil.' The woman saw that the tree was good to eat and desirable to the eyes, and that the tree was attractive as a means to gain intelligence. She took some of its fruit and ate. She also gave some to her husband, and he ate it. The eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized that they were naked. They sewed together fig leaves and made themselves loincloths. They heard God's voice moving about in the garden with the wind of the day. And the man and his wife hid themselves from God among the trees of the garden. And God called to the man, and he said, 'Where are you? Trying to hide?' 'I heard your voice in the garden,' replied the man, 'and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid.'" God asked, "Who told you that you were naked? Did you eat from the tree which I commanded you not to eat?" And the man replied, "The woman that you gave to be with me, she gave me what I ate from the tree." And God said to the woman, "What is this that you have done?" And the woman replied, "The serpent seduced me, and I ate it." And God said to the serpent, "Because you did this, cursed are you more than all the livestock and all the wild beasts. On your belly you shall crawl, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. I will plant hatred between you and the woman, and between your offspring and her offspring. He will strike you in the head, and you will strike him in the heel." 9. The woman's curse. To the woman he said, "I will greatly increase your anguish and your pregnancy. It will be with anguish that you will give birth to children. Your passion will be to your husband, and he will dominate you." 10. Man's curse. To Adam he said, "You listened to your wife and ate from the tree regarding which I specifically gave you orders, saying, 'Do not eat from it.' The ground will therefore be cursed because of you. You will derive food from it with anguish all the days of your life. It will bring forth thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the grass of the field. And by the sweat of your brow you will eat bread. Finally you will return to the ground, for it was from the ground that you were taken. You are dust, and to dust you shall return." The man named his wife Eve, because she was the mother of all life. God made leather garments for Adam and his wife, and he clothed them. 11. The expulsion. God said, "Man has now become like one of us in knowing good and evil. Now he must be prevented from putting forth his hand and also taking from the tree of life. He can eat it and live forever." God banished man from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he was taken. He drove away the man and stationed the cherubim at the east of Eden, along with the revolving sword blade to guard the path of the tree of life. 12. Cain and Abel. The man knew his wife. She conceived and gave birth to Cain. She said, "I have gained a man with God." She gave birth again, this time to his brother Abel. Abel became a shepherd, while Cain was a worker of the soil. An era ended. Cain brought some of his crops as an offering to God. Abel also offered some of the firstborn of his flock, from the fattest ones. God paid heed to Abel and his offering, but to Cain and his offering he paid no heed. Cain became very furious and depressed, and God said to Cain, "Why are you so furious? Why are you depressed? If you do good, will there not be special privilege? And if you do not do good, sin is crouching at the door. It lusts after you, but you can dominate it." And Cain said something to his brother Abel. Then when they happened to be in the field, Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. And God asked Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" "I do not know," replied Cain. "Am I my brother's keeper?" And God said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is screaming to me from the ground. Now you are cursed from the ground that opened its mouth to take your brother's blood from your hand. And when you work the ground, it will no longer give you of its strength. You will be restless and isolated in the world." And Cain said, "My sin is too great to bear. Behold, today you have banished me from the face of the earth, and I am to be hidden from your face. I am to be restless and isolated in the world, and whoever finds me will kill me." God said to him, "Indeed, whoever kills Cain will be punished 7 times as much." And God placed a mark on Cain so that whoever would find him would not kill him. Cain went out from before God's presence. He settled in the land of Nod, and to the east of Eden. Cain knew his wife. She conceived and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was building a city, and he named the city of Enoch after his son. Enoch had a son Irad. Irad had a son Mechuel. Mechuel had a son Methushael. Methushael had a son Lamech. Lamech married 2 women. The first one's name was Ada, and the second one's name was Silza. Ada gave birth to Yabal. He was the ancestor of all those who live in tents and keep herds. His brother's name was Yuval. He was the ancestor of all who play the harp and flute. Sisla also had a son, Tubal-Cain, a marker of all copper and iron implements. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Lamech said to his wives, Adah and Sisla, "Hear my voice, wives of Lamech, listen to my speech. I have killed a man by wounding him, and child by bruising him. If Cain shall be revenged 7 times, then for Lamech it shall be 77 times. Adam knew his wife again, and she gave birth to a son. She named him Seth, because God had granted Shath, me over the other offspring in place of Abel, whom Cain had killed. A son was also born to Seth, and Seth named him Enosh. It was then initiated to pray with God's name. 13. The first and second generations. This is the book of the Chronicles of Adam. On the day that God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. He created them male and female. He blessed them and named them man, Adam, on the day that they were created. Adam lived 130 years, and he had a son in his likeness and form. He named him Seth. Adam lived 800 years after he had Seth, and he had sons and daughters. All the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. 14. The third generation. Seth lived 105 years, and he had a son of Enosh. Seth lived 807 years after he had Enosh, and he had sons and daughters. All of Seth's days were 912 years, and he died. 15. The fourth generation. Enosh lived 90 years, and he had a son, Kenan. Enosh lived 815 years after he had Kenan, and he had sons and daughters. All of Enosh's days were 905 years, and he died. 16. The fifth generation. Kenan lived 70 years, and he had a son, Mahalalel. Kenan lived 840 years after he had Mahalalel, and he had sons and daughters. All of Kenan's days were 910 years, and he died. 17. The sixth generation. Mahalalel lived 65 years, and he had a son, Yered. Mahalalel lived 830 years after he had Yered, and he had sons and daughters. All of Mahalalel's days were 895 years, and he died. 18. The seventh generation. Yered lived 162 years, and he had a son, Enoch. Yered lived 800 years after he had Enoch, and he had sons and daughters. All of Yered's days were 962 years, and he died. 19. The eighth generation. Enoch lived 65 years, and he had a son, Methuselah. Enoch walked with God for 300 years after he had Methuselah, and he had sons and daughters. And all of Enoch's days were 365 years. Enoch walked with God, and he was no more, because God had taken him. 20. The ninth generation. Methuselah lived 187 years, and he had a son Lamech. Methuselah lived 782 years after he had Lamech, and he had sons and daughters. All of Methuselah's days were 969 years, and he died. 21. The tenth generation. Lamech lived 182 years, and he had a son. He named him Noah, saying, "This one will bring us relief from our work and the anguish of our hands from the soil that God has cursed." Lamech lived 595 years after he had Noah, and he had sons and daughters. All of Lamech's days were 777 years, and he died. 22. Noah's children and the Titans. Noah was 500 years old, and Noah fathered Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Man began to increase on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them. And the sons of God saw that the daughters of man were good, and they took themselves wives from whomever they chose. And God said, "My spirit will not continue to judge man forever, since he is nothing but flesh. His days shall be 120 years. The Titans were on the earth in those days, and also later. The sons of God had come to the daughters of man and had fathered them. The Titans were the mightiest ones who ever existed, men of renown. 23. The decree. God saw that man's wickedness on earth was increasing. Every impulse of his innermost thought was only for evil all day long. God regretted that, and he made man on earth, and he was pained to his very core. God said, "I will obliterate humanity that I have created from the face of the earth, man, livestock, land, animals, and birds of the sky. I regret that I created them." But Noah found favor in God's eyes. 24. Noah and his times. These are the chronicles of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, faultless in his generation. Noah walked with God. Noah fathered 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The world was corrupt before God, and the land was filled with crime. God saw the world, and it was corrupted. All flesh had perverted its way on the earth. 25. The Great Flood. God said to Noah, "The end of all flesh has come before me. The world is filled with man's crime. I will therefore destroy them with the earth. Make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Divide the ark into compartments. Caulk the inside and outside with pitch. This is how you shall construct it. The ark's length shall be 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. Make a skylight for the ark. Mark it slanted, so that it is 1 cubit wide on top. Place the ark's door on its side. Make a first, second, and third deck. I myself am bringing the flood. Water shall be on the earth to destroy from under the heavens all flesh having it in a breath of life. All that is on land will die. But I will keep my pledge, that you will come into the ark. You will be together with your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives. From all life, all flesh, bring 2 of each kind into the ark to live with you. They shall be male and female. From each separate species of bird, from each separate species of livestock, and from each separate species of land animals, bring to yourself 2 of each kind to live. Take with you all the food that will be eaten, and keep it in storage. It shall be food for you and the animals." Noah did all that God had commanded him. He did it exactly. And God said to Noah, "Come into the ark, you and your family. I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. Take 7 pairs of every clean animal, each consisting of a male and its mate. Of every animal that is not clean take 2, a male and its mate. Of the birds of the heaven also take 7 pairs, each consisting of a male and its mate. Let them keep seed alive on the face of all the earth, because in another 7 days I will bring rain on the earth, and 40 days and 40 nights. I will obliterate every organism that I have made from the face of the earth." Noah did all that God had commanded. Noah was 600 years old, and when the flood occurred, water was on the earth. And Noah, along with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives, came into the ark ahead of the waters of the flood. The clean animals, the animals which were not clean, the birds, and all that walked the earth, came 2 by 2 to Noah, to the ark. They were male and female, as God has commanded Noah. And 7 days passed, and the flood waters were on the earth. It was in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th of the month. On that day, all the wellsprings of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened. It would continue to rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. On that very day, Noah boarded the ark along with his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons were with them. They came along with every separate kind of beast, every separate kind of livestock, every separate kind of land animal, and every separate kind of flying creature, every bird and every winged animal. Of all flesh that has in it a breath of life, they came to Noah, to the ark, 2 by 2. Those who came were male and female. Of all flesh they came, as God had commanded Noah. God then sealed him inside. There was a flood on the earth for 40 days. The waters increased, lifting the ark, and it arose from the ground. The waters surged and increased very much, and the ark began to drift on the surface of the water. The waters on the earth surged upward very, very much, and all the high mountains under the heavens were covered. The waters had surged upward 15 cubits, and all the mountains were covered. All flesh that walked the earth perished, birds, livestock, wild beasts, and every lower animal that swarmed on the land, as well as every human being. Everything on dry land whose life was sustained by breathing died. The flood thus obliterated every organism that had been on the face of the land, humanity, livestock, land animals, and birds of the heaven. They were obliterated from the earth. Only Noah and those with him in the ark survived. The waters surged on the earth for 150 days. God gave special thought to Noah and to all the beasts and livestock with him in the ark. And God made a wind blow on the earth, and the waters began to subside. The wellsprings of the deep and the floodgates of heaven were sealed. The downpour from the heavens thus stopped. The waters receded from the earth. They continued to recede, and at the end of 150 days the water had visibly diminished. In the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark came to rest on the Ararat mountains. The waters continued to diminish visibly until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st of the month, the mountain peaks became visible. After 40 days, Noah opened the window he had made in the ark. He sent out the raven, and it departed. It went back and forth until the water had dried up from the land's surface. He then sent out the dove to see if the water had subsided from the land's surface. The dove could not find any place to rest its feet, and it returned to him, to the ark. There was still water over all the earth's surface. Noah stretched out his hand and brought it to him in the ark. He waited another 7 days, and once again sent the dove out from the ark. The dove returned to him toward evening, and there was a freshly plucked olive leaf in its beak. Noah then knew that the water had subsided from the earth. He waited yet another 7 days and sent out the dove again. This time it did not return to him any more. In the 601st year of Noah's life, in the 1st month, on the 1st of the month, the land was drained off, and Noah removed the ark's hatch. He saw that the land's surface was beginning to dry. By the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, the land was completely dry. 26. Aftermath of the flood. God spoke to Noah, saying, "Leave the ark, you, along with your wife, your sons, and your sons' wives. Take out with you every living creature from all flesh, birds, livestock, and all land animals that walk the earth. Let them swarm on the land. They shall breed and multiply on the earth." And Noah left the ark along with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives. Every beast, every land animal, and every bird, all that walked the land, left the ark by families. Noah built an altar to God. He took a few of all the clean livestock and all the clean birds, and he sacrificed completely burned offerings on the altar. God smelled the appeasing fragrance, and God said to himself, "Never again will I curse the soil because of man, for the inclination of man's heart is evil from his youth. I will never again strike down all life as I have just done. As long as the earth lasts, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, and day and night, shall never again cease to exist." God blessed Noah and his children, and he said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth. There shall be a fear of dread of you instilled in all the wild beasts of the earth, and all the birds of the sky, and all that will walk the land, and in all the fish of the sea. I have placed them in your hands. Every moving thing that lives shall be to you as food, like plant vegetation. I have now given you everything. But nevertheless, you may not eat flesh of a creature that is still alive. Only of the blood of your own lives will I demand an account. I will demand such an account from the hand of every wild beast, from the hand of man, even from the hand of a man's own brother. I will demand an account of every human life. He who spills human blood shall have his own blood spilled by man, for God made man with his own image. Now be fruitful and multiply. Swarm all over the earth and become populous on it. 27. The rainbow. God said to Noah and his sons with him, I myself am making a covenant with you and with your offspring after you. It will also include every living creature that is with you among the birds, the livestock, and all the beasts of the earth with you, all who left the ark, including every animal on earth. I will make my covenant with you, and all life will never be cut short by the waters of a flood. There will never again be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the sign that I am providing for the covenant between me, you, and every living creature that is with you for everlasting generations. I have placed my rainbow in the clouds, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. When I bring clouds over the earth, the rainbow will be seen among the clouds. I will then recall the covenant that exists between me, you and every living soul in all flesh. The rainbow will be in the clouds, and I will see it to recall the eternal covenant between God and every living soul in all flesh that is on the earth. And God said to Noah, This is the sign of the covenant that I have made between me and all flesh on the earth. 28. Canaan is cursed. The sons of Noah who emerged from the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the father of Canaan, and these three were Noah's sons, and from them the whole world was repopulated. Noah began to be a man of the soil, and he planted a vineyard. He drank some of the wine, making himself drunk, and uncovered himself in the tent. Ham and the father of Canaan saw his father naked, and he told it to his two brothers outside. Shem and Japheth took a cloak and placed it on both their shoulders. Walking backwards, they then covered their father's nakedness. They faced away from him and did not see their father naked. Noah awoke from his wine-induced sleep, and he realized what his youngest son had done to him. He said, Cursed is Canaan. He shall be a slave to his brothers. He then said, Blessed be God, the Lord of Shem. Canaan shall be his slave. May God expand Japheth, but may he dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be their slave. And Noah lived 350 years after the flood, and all of Noah's days were 950 years, and he died. 29. Descendants of Japheth and Ham. These are the chronicles of Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Children were born to them after the flood. And the sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tuval, Meshech, and Tyrus. The sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, Rephath, and Togarmah. The sons of Yavan were Elishah, Tarish, Kittim, and Dodanim. From these, the isolated nations branched out into their lands. Each had its own language for its families and its nations. The sons of Ham were Cush, Mitzrayim, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush were Sibhah, Havilah, Sabhat, Ramah, and Sabteka. The sons of Ramah were Sheba and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who was the first to amass power in the world. He was a mighty trapper before God. There is thus a saying, like Nimrod, a mighty trapper before God. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babylon, along with Erech and Akkad and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Ashur left that land, and he built Nineveh, Rechov, and Kalach, as well as Rezin, between Nineveh and Kalach. Nineveh is a great city. Mitzrayim fathered the Ludim, the Ananim, the Lehibam, the Naphtuchim, the Pathrusim, and the Caluchim, from whom the Philistines descended, and the Caphtorim. 30. Descendants of Canaan. Canaan fathered Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, as well as the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, the Arkites, the Sinites, the Arvadites, the Tesmerites, and the Chemathites. Later, the families of the Canaanites became scattered, and the Canaan borders extended from Sidon toward Gerar until Gaza, and toward Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Tisboim, until Lasha. These are the descendants of Ham, according to their families and languages, by their lands and nations. 31. Descendants of Shem. Sons were also born to Shem. He was the ancestor of the Hebrews, and the brother of Japheth, the eldest. The sons of Shem were Elam, Ashur, Arpachshad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram were Uts, Chul, Gether, and Mash. Arpachshad had such Shalach. Shalach had a son, Eber. Eber had two sons. The name of his first was Peleg, because the world became divided in his days. His brother's name was Yoktan. Yoktan was the father of Almodad, Shalef, Chatsamaravet, Yerach, Hadoram, Uzal, Dikla, Obahal, Abhimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Yovav. All these were the sons of Yoktan. Their settlements extended from Meshah toward Sephir, the eastern mountain. These are the descendants of Shem, according to their families and languages, by their lands and nations. Such were the families of Noah's sons, according to their chronicles and their nations. From these, the nations spread over the earth after the flood. 32. The Tower of Babel. The entire earth had one language with uniform words. When the people migrated from the east, they found a valley in the land of Shinar, and they settled there. They said to one another, "Come, let us mold bricks and fire them." They then had bricks to use as stone, and asphalt for mortar. And they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city, and a tower whose top shall reach the sky. Let us make ourselves a name, so that we will not be scattered all over the face of the earth." God descended to see the city and the tower that the sons of man had built. And God said, "They are a single people, all having one language, and this is the first thing they do. Now nothing they plan to do will be unattainable for them. Come, let us descend and confuse their speech, so that one person will not understand another's speech." And from that place God scattered them all over the face of the earth, and they stopped building the city. He named it Babel, because this was the place where God confused the world's languages. It was from there that God dispersed humanity over all the face of the earth. 33. The 11th generation. These are the chronicles of Shem. Shem was 100 years old when he had a son, Arpachshad, 2 years after the flood. Shem lived 500 years after he had Arpachshad, and he had sons and daughters. 34. The 12th generation. Arpachshad was 35 years old when he had a son, Shalach. Arpachshad lived 430 years after he had Shalach, and he had sons and daughters. 35. The 13th generation. Shalach was 30 years old when he had a son, Eber. Shalach lived 403 years after he had Eber, and he had sons and daughters. 36. The 14th generation. Eber was 34 years old when he had a son, Peleg. Eber lived 430 years after he had Peleg, and he had sons and daughters. 37. The 15th generation. Peleg was 30 years old when he had a son, Reu. Peleg lived 209 years after he had Reu, and he had sons and daughters. 38. The 16th generation. Reu was 32 years old when he had a son, Serug. Reu lived 207 years after he had Serug, and he had sons and daughters. 39. The 17th generation. Serug was 30 years old when he had a son, Nachor. Serug lived 200 years after he had Nachor, and he had sons and daughters. 40. The 18th generation. Nachor was 29 years old when he had a son, Terach. Nachor lived 119 years after he had Terach, and he had sons and daughters. 41. Abram. Terach was 70 years old when he fathered Abram, Nachor, and Haran. These are the chronicles of Terach. Terach fathered Abram, Nachor, and Haran. Haran had a son, Lot. Haran died during the lifetime of his father, Terach, in the land of his birth, Ur-Kasdim. Abram and Nachor married. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai. The name of Nachor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, who was the father of Milcah and Yiscah. Sarai was sterile. She had no children. Terach took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, Haran's son, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, Abram's wife, with them. He left Ur-Kasdim, heading toward the land of Canaan. They came as far as Charan and settled there. All of Terach's days were 205 years, and Terach died in Charan. Lech Lecha. God said to 42. Abram's call and migration. God said to Abram, "Go away from your land, from your birthplace, and from your father's house, to the land that I will show you. I will make you into a great nation. I will bless you and make you great. You shall become a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and he who curses you, I will curse. All the families of the earth will be blessed through you." Abram went as God directed him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he left Charan. Abram took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, and all their belongings, as well as the people they had gathered, and they left, heading toward Canaan. When they came to Canaan, Abram traveled through the land as far as the area of Shechem, coming to the plain of Moreh. The Canaanites were then in the land. God appeared to Abram and said, "I will give this land to your offspring." Abram built an altar there to God who had appeared to him. From there, Abram moved on to the mountains east of Bethel. He set up his tent with Bethel to the west and Ai to the east. He built an altar there and called in God's name. Abram then continued on his way, moving steadily toward the south. 43. Troubles. There was a famine in the land and Abram headed south to Egypt to stay there for a while. And since the famine had grown very severe in the land, as they approached Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, I realize that you are a good-looking woman, and when the Egyptians see you, they will assume that you are my wife, and kill me, allowing you to live. And if you would, say that you are my sister. They will then be good to me for your sake, and through your efforts my life will be spared. And when Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw that his wife was very beautiful. And Pharaoh's officials saw her, and spoke highly of her to Pharaoh. The woman was taken to Pharaoh's palace, and he treated Abram well because of her. And Abram thus acquired sheep, cattle, donkeys, male and female slaves, she-donkeys, and camels. God struck Pharaoh and his palace with severe plagues because of Abram's wife Sarai. And Pharaoh summoned Abram and said, How could you do this to me? Why didn't you tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say that she was your sister, so that I should take her to myself as a wife? Now, here is your wife. Take her and go. And Pharaoh put men in charge of Abram, and they sent him on his way, along with his wife and all that was his. Abram headed northward to the Negev, along with his wife and all that was his, including Lot. Abram was very rich, with livestock, silver and gold. He continued on his travels from the Negev toward Bethel, until he came to the place where he originally had his tent. Between Bethel and Ai, the site of the altar that he had built there at first, Abram called in God's name. Lot, who accompanied Abram, also had sheep, cattle, and tents. The land could not support them living together. Their wealth was so great that they could not stay together. Friction developed between the herdsmen of Abram's flocks and those of Lot. And the Canaanites and Perizzites were then living in the land. Abram said to Lot, Let's not have friction between me and you, and between my herdsmen and yours. After all, we're brothers. All the land is before you. Why not separate from me? If you go to the left, I will go to the right. If to the right, I will take the left. Lot looked up and saw that the entire Jordan plain, all the way to Zoar, had plenty of water. This was before God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. It was like God's own garden, like the land of Egypt. Lot chose for himself the entire Jordan plain. He headed eastward, and the two separated. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot dwelt in the cities of the plain, having migrated as far as Sodom. But the people of Sodom were very wicked, and they sinned against God. And after Lot left him, God said to Abram, Raise your eyes, and from the place where you are now standing, look to the north, to the south, to the east, and to the west. For all the land that you see I will give to you and to your offspring forever. I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth. If a man will be able to count all the grains of dust in the world, then your offspring will also be countable. Rise, walk the land, through its lengths and breadths, for I will give it all to you. Abram moved on, and he came and settled in the plains of Mamre and Hebron, and there he built an altar to God. 44. The War. It was around this time that Amraphel, king of Shinar, Erech, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim, waged war against Bera, king of Sodom, and Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinav, king of Admah, Shemever, king of Sevoim, and the king of Bela, now Sozar. All of these had come together in Siddim Valley, now the Dead Sea. They had served Chedorlaomer for 12 years, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year Chedorlaomer and his allied kings came. They defeated the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Zuzim, in Ham, the Emim, in Shavah, Kiriathaim, and the Horites, in the hill country of Seir, as far as Isle Paran, which borders the desert. They then turned back and came to En Mishpat, now Kadesh, and they conquered the entire field of the Amalekites, as well as the Amorites, who lived in Chatzon Tamar. The king of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Sesboim, and Bela, Sozar, marched forth. They set up battle lines in Siddim Valley against Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of Goyim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Iarach, king of Elasar. There were 4 kings against the 5. And Siddim Valley was full of tar pits, and when the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah tried to flee, they fell into them, when the others fled to the mountains. And the victors seized all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the food, and they departed. And when they left, they also took Abram's nephew, Lot, and his possessions. And since he had been living in Sodom, those who escaped came and brought the news to Abram the Hebrew, who was living undisturbed, in the plains of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and Aner. They were Abram's allies. And when Abram heard that his kinsman had been taken captive, he called out all his 318 fighting men, who had been born in his house. He hurried after the invaders, catching up with them in Dan. He divided his forces against them and attacked that night, he and his servants. He attacked and pursued the invaders as far as Chovah, which is to the left of Damascus. Abram brought back all the property. He also brought back his kinsman, Lot, and his goods, along with the women and the other people. And after he returned from his victory over Chedorlaomer and his allied kings, the king of Sodom came out to greet him in Lebel Valley, now King's Valley. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was a priest to God, the Most High. He blessed Abram and said, Blessed be Abram to God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand. And Abram then gave him 1/10 of everything. The king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the people, you can keep the goods. And Abram replied to the king of Sodom, I have lifted my hand in an oath to God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. Not a thread nor a shoelace. I will take anything that is yours. You should not be able to say, It was I who made Abram rich. The only exception is what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me. Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their share. 45. The pact between halves. After these events, God's word came to Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am your shield. Your reward is very great. And Abram said, O Lord, God, what will you give me if I remain childless? And the heir to my household will be Damascus Eliezer. And Abram continued, You have given me no children. A member of my household will inherit what is mine. And suddenly God's word came to him. That one will not be your heir. One born from your own body will inherit what is yours. He then took Abram outside and said, Look at the sky and count the stars. See if you can count them. And God then said to him, That is how numerous your descendants will be. And Abram believed in God, and he counted it as righteousness. And God said to him, I am God, who took you out of Ur-Kasdim to give you this land as a possession. O Lord God, replied Abram, how can I really know that it will be mine? And God said to him, Bring for me a prime heifer, a prime goat, a prime ram, a dove, and a young pigeon. Abram brought all these for him. He split them in half and placed one half opposite the other. And the birds, however, he did not split. And vultures descended on the carcasses, but Abram drove them away. And when the sun was setting, Abram fell into a trance, and he was stricken by a deep dark dread. And God said to Abram, Know for sure that your descendants will be foreigners in a land that is not theirs for 400 years. They will be enslaved and oppressed. But I will finally bring judgment against the nation who enslaves them, and they will then leave with great wealth. And you shall join your fathers in peace, and you will be buried at a good old age. And the fourth generation will return here, since the Amorite sin will not have run its course until then. The sun set, and it became very dark. A smoking furnace and a flaming torch passed between the halves of the animals. And on that day God made a covenant with Abram, saying, To your descendants I have given this land from the Egyptian river, as far as the great river, the Euphrates, the lands of the Canaanites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. 46. Birth of Ishmael. Abram's wife, Sarai, had not borne him any children. She had an Egyptian slave girl by the name of Hagar. Sarai said to Abram, God has kept me from having children. Come to my slave, and hopefully I will have sons through her. Abram heeded Sarai. And after Abram had lived in Canaan for 10 years, his wife Sarai took Hagar the Egyptian her slave, and gave her to her husband Abram as a wife. Abram came to her, and she conceived. When she realized that she was pregnant, she looked at her mistress with contempt. And Sarai said to Abram, It's all your fault. I myself placed my slave in your arms. Now that she sees herself pregnant, she looks at me with disrespect. Let God judge between me and you. Abram replied to Sarai, Your slave is in your hands. Do with her as you see fit. And Sarai abused her, and Hagar ran away from her. An angel of God encountered her by a spring in the desert and the oasis on the road to Shur. And the angel said, Hagar, maid of Sarai, from where are you coming, and where are you going? I am running away from my mistress, Sarai, she replied. The angel of God said to her, Return to your mistress, and submit yourself to her. And another angel said in God's name, I will grant you many descendants. They will be so many that they will be uncountable. Still another angel of God said to her, You are pregnant and will give birth to a son. You must name him Ishmael, for God has heard your prayer. He will be a rebel. His hand will be against everyone, and everyone's hand will be against him. Still, he will dwell undisturbed near all his brothers. Hagar gave a name to God, who had spoken to her, saying, You are a vision, God. For she said, Didn't I still see here after my vision? And she therefore named the oasis, Oasis to life, my vision, Be'er Lachai Roi. It is between Kadesh and Bered. Hagar bore Abram's son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to his son, who had been born to Hagar. He was 86 years old when Hagar bore his son Ishmael. 47. Circumcision. Abram was 99 years old. God appeared to him and said, I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be perfect. I will make a covenant between me and you, and I will increase your numbers very much. Abram fell on his face, and God spoke to him again, saying, As far as I am concerned, here is my covenant with you. You shall be the father of a horde of nations. No longer shall you be called Abram. Your name shall become Abraham, for I have set you up as the father of a horde of nations. I will increase your numbers very, very much, and I will make you into nations. Kings will be your descendants. I will sustain my covenant between me and between you and your descendants after you throughout their generations, an eternal covenant. I will be a God to you and to your offspring after you. To you and your offspring I will give the land where you are now living as a foreigner. And the whole land of Canaan shall be your eternal heritage, and I will be a God to your descendants. God then said to Abraham, as far as you are concerned, you must keep my covenant, you and your offspring throughout their generations. This is my covenant between me and between you and your offspring that you must keep. You must circumcise every male. You shall be circumcised through the flesh of your foreskin, and this shall be the mark of the covenant between me and you. And throughout all generations, every male shall be circumcised when he is 8 days old. And this shall include those born in your house, as well as slaves bought with cash from an outsider who is not your descendant. And all slaves, both houseborn and purchased with your money, must be circumcised. This shall be my covenant in your flesh, an eternal covenant. The uncircumcised male, whose foreskin has not been circumcised, shall have his soul cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. 48. Fulfillment. God said to Abraham, Sarai, your wife, do not call her by the name Sarai, for Sarah is her name. I will bless her, and make her bear you a son. I will bless her so that she will be the mother of entire nations. The kings will be her descendants. Abram fell on his face and he laughed. He said to himself, Can 100-year-old man have children? Can Sarah, who is 90, give birth? To God, Abraham said, May it be granted that Ishmael live before you. And God said, Still, your wife Sarah will give birth to a son. You must name him Isaac. I will keep my covenant with him as an eternal treaty for his descendants after him. I have also heard you with regard to Ishmael. I will bless him and make him fruitful, increasing his numbers very greatly. He will father 12 princes, and I will make him into a great nation. But I will keep my covenant with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you this time next year. And when he finished speaking to him, God went up, leaving Abraham. Abraham took his son Ishmael, every one born in his house, and every slave bought for money, every male in his household, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskins. And it was on the very day that God had spoken to him. And Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised on the flesh of his foreskin. His son Ishmael was 13 years old when the flesh of his foreskin was circumcised. On the very day that Abraham and his son Ishmael were circumcised, all the men of the household, both homeborn and bought for cash from a stranger, were circumcised with him. Vayira 49. The visitors. God appeared to Abraham in the plains of Mamre while he was sitting at the entrance of the tent in the hottest part of the day. Abraham lifted his eyes, and he saw 3 strangers standing a short distance from him. And when he saw them from the entrance of his tent, he ran to greet them, bowing down to the ground. He said, Sir, if you would, do not go on without stopping by me. Let some water be brought and wash your feet. Rest under the tree. I will get a morsel of bread for you to refresh yourselves. Then you can continue on your way. After all, you are passing by my house. All right, they replied. Do as you say. And Abraham rushed to Sarah's tent and said, Hurry, 3 measures of the finest flour. Knead it and make rolls. And Abraham ran to the cattle and chose a tender, choice calf. He gave it to a young man who rushed to prepare it. And Abraham fetched some cottage cheese and milk, and the calf that he prepared, and he placed it before his guests. He stood over them as they ate under the tree. And they asked him, "Where is your wife Sarah?" "Here in the tent," he replied. "I will return to you this time next year," said one of the men, "and your wife Sarah will have a son." And Sarah was listening behind the entrance of the tent, and he was on the other side. Abraham and Sarah were already old, well on in years, and Sarah no longer had female periods. She laughed to herself, saying, "Now that I am worn out, shall I have my heart's desire? My husband is old." And God said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, 'Can I really have a child when I am so old?' Is anything too difficult for God and the designated time? I will return, and Sarah will have a son." And Sarah was afraid, and she denied it. "I did not laugh," she said. Abraham said, "You did laugh." And the strangers got up from their places and gazed at Sodom. And Abraham went with them to send them on their way. And God said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am going to do?" And Abraham is about to become a great and mighty nation, and through him all the nations of the world will be blessed. And I have given him special attention, so that he will command his children and his household after him, and they will keep God's way, doing charity and justice. And God will then bring about for Abraham everything he promised. God then said, "The outcry against Sodom is so great, and their sin is so very grave. I will descend and see. Have they done everything implied by the outcry that is coming before me? If not, I will know." And the men turned from where they were and headed towards Sodom. Abraham was still standing before God. He came forward and said, "Will you actually wipe out the innocent together with the guilty? And suppose there are 50 innocent people in this city. Would you still destroy it and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 good people inside it? It would be sacrilege even to ascribe such an act to you, to kill the innocent with the guilty, letting the righteous and the wicked fare alike. It would be sacrilege to ascribe this to you. Shall the whole world's judge not act justly?" And God said, "If I find 50 innocent people in Sodom, I will spare the entire area for their sake." And Abraham spoke up and said, "I have already said too much. And before my Lord, I am mere dust and ashes. But suppose that there are 5 missing from the 50 innocent. Would you destroy the entire city because of the 5? "I will not destroy it if I find 45 there," replied God. Abraham persisted and said, "Suppose there are 40 there. I will not act for the sake of the 40. Let not my Lord be angry, but I must speak up. What if there are 30 there? I will not act if I find 30 there. I have already spoken too much now before my Lord, but what if 20 are found there? I will not destroy for the sake of the 20. Let my Lord not become angry, but I will speak just once more. Suppose 10 are found there. I will not destroy for the sake of the 10. And when he finished speaking with Abraham, God left him, and Abraham then returned home. The 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening, while Lot was sitting at the city gate. Lot saw them and got up to greet them. Bowing with his face to the ground, he said, "Please, my lords, turn aside to my house. Spend the night, bathe your feet, and then continue on your way early in the morning." "No," they replied, "we will spend the night in the square." Lot kept urging them until they finally turned aside to him and came to his house. And he made a feast for them and baked matzah, and they ate. They had not yet gone to bed when the townspeople, the men of Sodom, surrounded the house, young and old alike, all the people from every quarter. They called out to Lot and said, "Where are the strangers who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we may know them." And Lot went out to them in front of the entrance, shutting the door behind him. And he said, My brothers, don't do such an evil thing. I have 2 daughters who have never known a man. I will bring them out to you. Do as you please with them, but don't do anything to these men. After all, they have come under my roof. Get out of the way, they shouted. And they were saying, This one man came here as an immigrant, and now all of a sudden he has set himself up as a judge. We'll give it to you worse than to them. And they pushed against Lot very much, and tried to break down the door. And the strangers inside reached out and pulled Lot to them into the house, closing the door. They struck the men who were standing at the entrance with blindness, young and old alike, and the Sodomites tried in vain to find the door. The strangers said to Lot, Who else do you have here? A son-in-law? Your own sons? Your daughters? If you have anyone in the city, get them out of the area. We are about to destroy this place, for the people's outcry is great before God. God has sent us to destroy it. Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who were betrothed to his daughters. He said, Get moving. Get out of this area. God is about to destroy the city. To his sons-in-laws it was all a big joke. As dawn was breaking, the 2 angels hurried Lot. Get moving, they said. Take your wife and 2 daughters who are here. You don't want to be swept away because of the city's sin. And he hesitated. The strangers grabbed him, his wife, and his 2 daughters by the hand, leading them out and left them on the outskirts of the city. God had shown pity on Lot. And when the angel had led them out, he said, Run for your life. Do not look back. Do not stop anywhere in the valley. Flee to the hills, so that you not be swept away. Lot said to them, O God, no. I have found favor in your eyes, and you have been very kind in saving my life. But I cannot reach the hills to escape, and the evil will overtake me, and I will die. Please, there is a city here close enough for refuge. It is insignificant. I will flee there. Isn't it insignificant? And I will survive. And the angel replied to him, I will also give you special consideration in this matter. I will not overturn the city you mentioned, but hurry, run there. I can do nothing until you get there. The city was henceforth known as Sozar, insignificant. The sun had risen by the time that Lot arrived in Sozar, and God made sulfur and fire rain down on Sodom and Gomorrah. It came from God out of the sky. He overturned these cities, along with the entire plain, destroying everyone who lived in the cities and all that was growing from the ground. And Lot's wife looked behind him, and she was turned into a pillar of salt. Abraham woke up early in the morning, hurrying back to the place where he had stood before God. And he stared at Sodom and Gomorrah, the whole area of the plain, and all he saw was heavy smoke rising from the earth, like the smoke of a lime kiln. When God had destroyed the cities of the plain, God had remembered Abraham. Thus, when he overturned the cities in which Lot lived, he allowed Lot to escape the upheaval. Lot went up from Sozar and settled in the hills altogether with his 2 daughters, since he was afraid to remain in Sozar. He lived in a cave alone with his 2 daughters. The older girl said to the younger, Our father is growing old, and there is no other man left in the world to marry us in a normal manner. Come, let's get our father drunk with wine and sleep with him. We will then survive through children from our father. And that night they got their father drunk with wine, and the older girl went up and slept with her father. He was not aware that she had lain down or gotten up. And the next day the older girl said to the younger, Last night it was I who slept with my father. Tonight let's get him drunk and with wine again. You go sleep with him, and we will survive through children from our father. That night they again made their father drunk with wine. The younger girl got up, and she slept with him. He was not aware that she had lain down or gotten up. Lot's 2 daughters became pregnant from their father, and the older girl had a son, and she named him Moab. He is the ancestor of the nation Moab that exists today. The younger girl also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ami. He is the ancestor of the people of Oman, who exists today. Sarah and Abimelech. Abraham migrated from there to the land of the Negev, and he settled between Kadesh and Shur. He would often visit Gerar. There he announced that his wife Sarah was his sister, and Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent messengers and took Sarah. God came to Abimelech in a dream that night. "You will die because of the woman you took," he said. "She is already married." Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, "O Lord, will you even kill an innocent nation? Didn't her husband tell me that she was his sister? She also claimed that he was her brother. If I did something, it was with an innocent heart and clean hands." And God said to him in the dream, "I also realize that you have done this with an innocent heart. That is why I prevented you from sinning against me, not giving you an opportunity to touch her. Now return the man's wife, for he is a prophet. He will pray for you, and you will live. But if you do not return her, you can be sure that you will die, and all that is yours." Abimelech got up early in the morning, and he summoned all his servants. He discreetly repeated all these words to them, and the men were very frightened. Abimelech summoned Abraham and said to him, "How could you do this to us? What terrible thing did I do to you that you brought such a great guilt upon me and my people? The thing you did to me is simply not done." Abimelech then asked Abraham, "What did you see to make you do such a thing?" And Abraham replied, "I realized that the one thing missing here is the fear of God. I could be killed because of my wife. In any case, she really is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. She later became my wife. And when God made me wander from my father's house, I asked her to do me a favor. Wherever we came, she was to say that I was her brother." Abimelech took sheep, cattle, and male and female slaves, and he gave them to Abraham. He also returned Abraham's wife Sarah to him. Abimelech said, "My whole land is before you. Settle wherever you see fit." To Sarah he said, "I am giving your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Let it be compensation for you and all who are with you for all that has been done. You can stand up tall." Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech as well as his wife and slave girls, so that they were able to have children. God had previously sealed up every womb in Abimelech's house because of Abraham's wife Sarah. 51. Isaac and Ishmael. God granted special providence to Sarah, as he said he would, and God did what he promised for Sarah. Sarah became pregnant, and she gave birth to Abraham's son in his old age. It was at the exact time that God had promised it to him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son he had, to whom Sarah had just given birth. And when his son Isaac was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him, as God had commanded. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born. And Sarah said, "God has given me laughter. All who hear about it will laugh for me." She said, "Who would have even suggested to Abraham that Sarah would be nursing children? But here I have given birth to a son in his old age." The child grew and was weaned. Abraham made a great feast on the day that Isaac was weaned, but Sarah saw the son that Hagar had borne to Abraham playing. And she said to Abraham, "Drive away this slave together with her son, and the son of this slave will not share the inheritance with my son Isaac." This troubled Abraham very much because it involved his son. But God said to Abraham, "Do not be troubled because of the boy and your slave. Do everything that Sarah tells you. It is through Isaac that you will gain prosperity. But still, I will also make the slave's son into a nation, for he is your child." And Abraham got up early in the morning. He took bread and a skin of water, and he gave it to Hagar, placing it on her shoulder. And he sent her away with the boy. She left and roamed aimlessly in the Beersheba desert. And when the water in the skin was used up, she set the boy under one of the bushes. And she walked away, and sat down facing him about a bow shot away. And she said, "Let me not see the boy die." She sat there facing him, and she wept in a loud voice. God heard the boy weeping, and God's angel called Hagar from heaven and said to her, "What's the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy's voice there where he is. Go and lift up the boy. Keep your hand strong on him, for I will make of him a great nation." And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the skins with water, giving the boy some to drink. God was with the boy, and the boy grew up and lived in the desert, where he became an expert archer. He settled in the Paran desert, and his mother got him a wife from Egypt. 52. The treaty at Beersheba. Around that time, Abimelech and his general Pichol made a declaration to Abraham, saying, "God is with you in all that you do. Now swear to me here by God that you will not deal falsely with me, with my children, or with my grandchildren. Show to me and the land where you were an immigrant the same kindness that I have shown to you." "I will swear," replied Abraham. And Abraham then complained to Abimelech about the well that Abimelech's servants had taken by force. Abimelech said, "I don't know who could have done such a thing. You never told me. I heard nothing about it until today." And Abraham took sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two of them made a treaty. Abraham then put 7 female sheep aside by themselves. Abimelech asked Abraham, "What is the meaning of these 7 ewes that you have set aside?" "Take these 7 ewes from my hand," replied Abraham. "It will be my proof that I dug this well." And that area was therefore called Beersheba. And since the two had made an oath there, they thus made a treaty in Beersheba. Abimelech and his general Pichol then left, and they returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called in the name of God, Lord of the universe. Abraham lived there in the land of the Philistines for many days. 53. The test. After these events, God tested Abraham. "Abraham," he said. "Yes." "Take your sons, the only one you love, Isaac, and go away to the Moriah area, bringing him as an all-burned offering on one of the mountains that I will designate to you." And Abraham got up early in the morning and saddled his donkey. He took his 2 men with him, along with his son Isaac. He cut wood for the offering and set out, heading for the place that God had designated. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place from afar. And Abraham said to his young men, "Stay here with the donkey, and the boy and I will go to that place. We will worship and then return to you." And Abraham took the offering wood and placed it on the shoulders of his son Isaac. He himself took the fire and the slaughter knife, and the 2 of them went together. Isaac spoke up to Abraham. Abraham, sorry. "Father." "Yes, my son." "Here is the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the offering?" "And God will see to a lamb for an offering, my son," replied Abraham. The 2 of them continued together. When they finally came to the place designated by God, Abraham built the altar there and arranged the wood. He then bound his son Isaac and placed him on the altar on top of the wood. And Abraham reached out and took the slaughter knife to slit his son's throat. And God's angel called to him from heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. Yes. Do not harm the boy. Do not do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God. You have not withheld your only son from him. Abraham then looked up and saw a ram caught by its horns in a thicket. He went and got the ram, sacrificing it as an all-burnt offering in his son's place. And Abraham named the place, God will see, Adonai Yireh. Today it is therefore said, on God's mountain he will be seen. And God's angels called to Abraham from heaven a second time and said, God declares, I have sworn by my own essence that because you performed this act and did not hold back your only son, I will bless you greatly and increase your offspring like the stars of the sky and the sand on the seashore. Your offspring shall inherit their enemy's gate. All the nations of the world shall be blessed through your descendants, all because you obeyed my voice. Abraham returned to his young men, and together they set out and went to Beersheba. Abraham remained in Beersheba. 54. Rebekah. After this, Abraham received a message. Milcah has also had children from your brother Nachor. Uz, his firstborn, Buz, his brother, Kemuel, father of Aram, Kesed, Chazo, Pildash, Yidlaf, and Bethuel. Bethuel has had a daughter Rebekah. Milcah bore the above 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nachor, and Nachor's concubine was named Rumah. She also had children, Tavach, Gachem, and Chatzham, Tatshash, and Makan. Cheye, Sarah. 55. Sarah's diaries. Sarah had lived to be 127 years old, and these were the years of Sarah's life. Sarah died in Kiriath Arba, also known as Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to eulogize Sarah and to weep for her. Abraham rose from beside his dead, and he spoke to the children of Heth. I am an immigrant and a resident among you, he said. Sell me property for a burial place with you so that I can bury my dead and not have her here, right in front of me. And the children of Heth replied to Abraham, saying to him, Listen to us, sir. You are a prince of God in our midst. Take our best burial site to bury your dead. No one among us will deny you his burial site to bury your dead. And Abraham rose, and he bowed down to the local people and the children of Heth. He spoke to them and said, If you really want to help me bury my dead and put her out of my presence, listen to me and speak up for me to Ephron, son of Tozar. Let him sell me the Machpelah cave, which belongs to him, at the edge of his field. Let him sell it to me in your presence for its full price as a burial property. Ephron was then sitting among the children of Heth. And Ephron, the Hittite, replied to Abraham in the presence of the children of Heth, so that all who came to the city gate could hear. No, my lord, he said, listen to me. I have already given you the field. I have also given you the cave that is there. Here, in the presence of my countrymen, I have given it to you. Bury your dead. Abraham bowed down before the local people. He spoke to Ephron so that all the local people could hear. If you will only listen to me, he said, I am giving you the money for the field. Take it from me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron replied to Abraham, saying to him, My lord, listen to me. What's 400 silver shekels worth of land between you and me? Bury your dead. Abraham understood what Ephron meant. He weighed out for Ephron the silver that had been mentioned in the presence of the children of Heth, 400 shekels in negotiable currency. Ephron's field in Machpelah, adjoining Mamre, thus became Abraham's uncontested property. This included the field, its cave, and every tree within its circumference. It was Abraham's purchase, with all the children of Heth who came to the city gate as eyewitnesses. Abraham then buried his wife Sarah in the cave of Machpelah field, which adjoins Mamre, also known as Hebron, in the land of Canaan. This is how the field and its cave become the uncontested property of Abraham as a burial site, purchased from the children of Heth. 56. A wife for Isaac. Abraham was old, well advanced in years, and God had blessed Abraham with everything. He said to the senior servant of his household, who was in charge of all that he owned, "Place your hand under my thigh. I will bind you by an oath to God, Lord of heaven and earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I live. Instead, you must go to my native land, to my birthplace, and obtain a wife for my son Isaac. But what if the girl does not want to come back with me to this land?" asked the servant. "Shall I bring your son back to the land that you left?" "Be most careful in this respect," replied Abraham. "Do not bring my son back there. God, the Lord of heaven, took me away from my father's house and the land of my birth. He spoke to me and made an oath. To your offspring I will give this land. He will send his angel before you, and you will indeed find a wife there for my son. And if the girl does not want to come back with you, then you shall be absolved of my oath. But no matter what, do not bring my son back there." The servant placed his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and he took an oath regarding this. And the servant then took 10 of his master's camels, bringing along the best things his master owned. He set off and went to Aram Naharaim, to the city of Nachor. And when he arrived, he let the camels rest on their knees outside the city, beside the well. It was in the evening when women go out to draw water. He prayed, "O God, Lord of my master Abraham, be with me today and grant a favor to my master Abraham. I am standing here by the well, and the daughters of the townsmen are coming out to draw water. If I say to a girl, 'Tip over your jug and let me have a drink,' and she replies, 'Drink, and I will also water your camels,' she will be the one whom you have designated for your servant Isaac. If there is such a girl, I will know that you have granted a favor for my master." He had not yet finished speaking when Rebekah appeared. She had been born to Bethuel, the son of Milcah, the wife of Abraham's brother Nachor. Her jug was on her shoulder. The girl was extremely good-looking, and she was a virgin, untouched by any man. The girl went down, filled her jug, and then came up again. The servant ran toward her. "If you would, let me sip a little water from your jug," he said. "Drink, sir," she replied. She quickly lowered her jug to her hand and gave him a drink. And when he had finished drinking, she said, "Let me draw water for your camels, so they can also drink their fill." And she quickly emptied her jug into the trough and ran to the well again to draw water. And she drew water for all his camels. And the man stood there gaping at her, but he remained silent, waiting to determine for certain whether or not God had made his journey successful. And when the camels had finished drinking, he took a gold ring, weighing half a shekel, and 2 gold bracelets, weighing 10 gold shekels, for her arms. "Whose daughter are you?" he asked. "If you would, tell me if there is a place in your father's house for us to spend the night." And she replied, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nachor." And she then said, "We have plenty of straw and fodder, as well as a place for our people to spend the night." And the man bowed low and prostrated himself to God. And he said, "Blessed be God, Lord of my master Abraham, who has not withdrawn the kindness and truth that he grants to my master. Here I am, still on the road, and God has led me to the house of my master's close relatives." And the girl ran to her mother's quarters and told her what had happened. Rebekah had a brother named Laban. He ran outside to the stranger, to the well. He had seen the ring and the bracelets on his sister's arms, and had heard his sister Rebekah relating what the man had said to her. He came to the stranger, who was still standing beside the camels near the well, and said, "Come, you are a man, blessed by God. Why are you still standing there outside? I have cleaned the house and prepared a place for the camels." The stranger came into the house and prepared a place for the camels. Came into the house and unmuzzled the camels. Laban gave the camels straw and fodder and provided water for the stranger and the men with him to wash their feet. Food was served, but the stranger said, "I will not eat until I have spoken my piece." "Speak," replied the host. The stranger said, "I am Abraham's servant. God granted my master a very great blessing, and he prospered. And God granted him sheep, cattle, silver, gold, slaves, slave girls, camels, and donkeys. And finally, my master's wife Sarah gave birth to a son for my master after she had grown very old, and my master gave him all that he owned. My master bound me by an oath. 'Do not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I live. Instead, you must go to my father's house, to my family, and there you shall get a wife for my son.' And I said to my master, 'But what if the girl will not come back with me?' And he said to me, 'God, before whom I have walked, will send his angel with you and make your mission successful. But you must find a wife for my son from my family and from my father's house. And there is only one way that you can be free of my dread oath. If you go to my family and they do not give you a girl, you will be released from my dread oath.' Now today I came to the well, and I prayed, 'O God, Lord of my master Abraham, if you will, grant success to this mission that I am undertaking. I am now standing by the town well, and when a girl comes out to draw water, I will say to her, "Let me drink some water from your jug." And if she answers, "Not only may you drink, but I will also draw water from your camels," then she is the wife designated by God for my master's son." I had not yet finished speaking to myself when Rebekah suddenly came out, carrying her jug on her shoulder. She went down to the well and drew water, and I said to her, "Please give me a drink." And she immediately lowered her jug and said, "Drink. I will also water your camels." I took a drink, and she also gave the camels water. I questioned her and asked, "Whose daughter are you?" She replied, "I am a daughter of Bethuel, son of Nachor, whom Milcah bore to him." I then placed a ring on her nose and bracelets on her arms. I bowed low and prostrated myself to God. I blessed God, Lord of my master Abraham, who led me on a true path to get a niece of my master for his son. Now if you want to do what is kind and right to my master, tell me. If not, say so, and I will go to the right or to the left." Laban and Bethuel both spoke up. "It is something from God," they said. "We cannot say anything to you, bad or good. Rebekah is right here in front of you. Take her and go. Let her be a wife for your master's son, as God has spoken." When Abraham's servant heard these words, he prostrated himself on the ground to God. And the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry, as well as articles of clothing, and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave precious gifts to her brother and mother. He and his men then ate and drank, and they spent the night. And when they got up in the morning, the servant said, "Let me go back to my master." And the girl's brother and mother replied, "At least let the girl remain with us for another year or 10 months. Then she can go." "Do not delay me," said the servant. "God has already shown my mission to be successful. Let me leave so that I can go to my master." "Let's call the girl and ask her personally," they replied. They summoned Rebekah and said to her, "Do you want to go with this man?" "I will go," she replied. They let their relative Rebekah go, along with her attendant, Abraham's servant and his men. They blessed Rebekah and said to her, "Our sister, grow into thousands of myriads. May your descendants inherit the gate of their foes." Rebekah set off with her girls, and they rode on the camels, following the stranger. And the servant thus took Rebekah and left. Isaac was on his way, coming from Beer Lachoi, Chai-Roi. He was then living in the Negev area. And Isaac went out to mediate in the field toward evening. And he raised his eyes and saw camels approaching. And when Rebekah looked up and saw Isaac, she fell from the camel, and she asked the servant, "Who is this man coming toward us in the field?" "That is my master," replied the servant. And Rebekah took her veil and covered herself. The servant told Isaac that all that had happened. And Isaac brought the girl into his mother Sarah's tent, and he married Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was then consoled for the loss of his mother. Abraham 57. Abraham's last days. Abraham married another woman, whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimron, Yakshan, Medan, Midian, Yishbak, and Shauch. Yakshan fathered Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Dedan were Ashurim, Letushim, and Laluim. The sons of Midian were Ephiah, Epher, Enoch, Abida, and Elda. All these were Keturah's descendants. Abraham gave all that he owned to Isaac, to the sons of the concubines that he had taken. Abraham also gave gifts. Then, while he was still alive, he sent them to the country of the east, away from his son Isaac. This, then, is the account of Abraham's years. He lived a total of 175 years. And Abraham breathed his last and died at a good age, old and satisfied. And he was gathered to his people. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in Machpelah cave, in the field of Ephron, son of Tozar the Hittite, which borders Mamre. The field that Abraham purchased from the children of Heth is thus where Abraham and his wife Sarah were buried. And after Abraham died, God blessed Isaac, his son. And Isaac lived in the vicinity of Beer Lachoi Roi. '58. Ishmael. These are the chronicles of Ishmael, son of Abraham, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's slave, bore to Abraham. These are the names of Ishmael's sons in order of their birth: Nebaioth, Ishmael's firstborn; Kedar, Adbael, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Massa, Chadad, Tema, Yatur, Naphish, and Kedma. These were Ishmael's sons, and these names were given to their towns and encampments. There were 12 princes for their nations. This is the account of Ishmael's year. He lived a total of 137 years. He breathed his last and died, and he was gathered to his people. His descendants lived in the area from Havilah to Shur, which 25 borders on Egypt, all the way to Assyria. They overran all their brethren. Toldoth. 59. Jacob and Asu. These are the chronicles of Isaac, son of Abraham. Abraham was Isaac's father. When Isaac was 40 years old, he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Aramean of Padan Aram, and sister of Laban the Aramean. His wife sterile. His wife was sterile, and Isaac pleaded with God for her sake. God granted his plea, and Rebekah became pregnant. But the children clashed inside her, and when this occurred, she asked, "Why is this happening to me?" And she went to seek a message from God. And God's word to her was, "Two nations are in your womb. Two governments will separate from inside you. The upper hand will go from one government to the other. The greater one will serve the younger." And when the time came for her to give birth, there were twins in her womb. And the first one came out reddish, as hairy as a fur coat. They named him Esau. His brother then emerged, and his hand was grasping Esau's heel. Isaac named him Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to them, and the boys grew up. Esau became a skilled trapper, a man of the field. Jacob was a scholarly man who remained with the tents. Isaac enjoyed eating Esau's game and favored him, but Rebekah favored Jacob. Jacob was once simmering a stew. When Esau came home exhausted from the field, Esau said to Jacob, "Give me a swallow of that red stuff. I'm famished." He was therefore given the name Edom. "First, sell me your birthright," replied Jacob. "Here, I'm about to die," exclaimed Esau. "What good is a birthright to me?" "Make an oath to me right now," said Jacob. He made the oath and sold his birthright to Jacob. Jacob then gave Esau bread and lentil stew. Esau ate it, drank, got up, and left. He thus rejected the birthright. 60. Isaac and the Philistines. There was a famine in the land, aside from the first famine in the time of Abraham. Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, in Gerar. God appeared to Isaac and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Remain undisturbed in the land that I shall designate to you. Remain an immigrant in this land. I will be with you and bless you, since it will be to you and your offspring that I will give all these lands. I will thus keep an oath that I made to your father Abraham. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars of the sky, and grant them all these lands. All the nations on earth shall be blessed through your descendants. All this is because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my decrees, and my laws." Isaac thus settled in Gerar. When the local men asked about his wife, he told them that she was his sister. He was afraid to say that she was his wife. Rebekah was so good-looking that the local men could have killed him because of her. Once, after Isaac had been there for some time, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, was looking out the window, and he saw Isaac enjoying himself with his wife Rebekah. Abimelech summoned Isaac. "But she is your wife," he said. "How could you have said that she is your sister?" "I was afraid that I would die because of her," replied Isaac. "What have you done to us?" demanded Abimelech. "One of the people could easily have slept with your wife. You would have made us commit a terrible crime." Abimelech issued an order to all the people. "Whoever touches this man or his wife shall die." Isaac farmed in the area. That year he reaped 100 times as much as he sowed, for God had blessed him. This was the beginning of his prosperity. He then continued to prosper until he became extremely wealthy. He had flocks of sheep, herds of cattle, and a large retinue of slaves. The Philistines became jealous of him. They plugged up all the wells that his father's servants had dug while Abraham was still alive, and they filled them with earth. Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go away from us. You have become much more powerful than we are." And Isaac left the area and camped in the Gerar Valley, intending to settle there. He redug the wells that had been dug in the days of his father Abraham, which had been plugged up by the Philistines after Abraham's death. He gave them the same names that his father had given them. Isaac's servants then dug in the valley and found a new well, brimming over with fresh water. The shepherds of Gerar disputed with Isaac's shepherds, claiming that the water was theirs. Isaac named the well challenge Esek, because they had challenged him. They dug another well, and it was also disputed. Isaac named it accusation, Sitnah. He then moved away from there and dug another well. This time it was not disputed, so he named it wide spaces, Rechovath. Now God will grant us wide open spaces, he said. We can be fruitful in the land. From there Isaac went up to Beersheba. God appeared to him that night and said, I am God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless you and grant you very many descendants because of my servant Abraham. Isaac built an altar there and called in God's name. He set up his tents there, and his servants dug a well in the area. Abimelech came to Isaac from Gerar, along with a group of friends and his general Pichol. Why have you come to me? Asked Isaac. You hate me. You drove me away from you. We have indeed seen that God is with you, they replied. We propose now there be a dread oath between you and us. Let us make a treaty with you, that just as we did not touch you, you will do no harm to us. We did only good to you, and let you leave in peace. Now you are the one who is blessed by God. Isaac prepared a feast for them, and they ate and drank. They got up early in the morning, and made a mutual oath. Isaac then bid them farewell, and they left in peace. On that very day, Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had been digging. We have found water, they announced. Isaac named the well Sheba. The city is therefore called Beer-sheba to this very day. Esau marries. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Basemath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. His wives became a source of spiritual bitterness to Isaac and Rebekah. 62. The blessing. Isaac had grown old, and his eyesight was fading. He summoned his elder son Esau. My son. Yes. I am old, and I have no idea when I will die. Now take your equipment, your dangler and bow, and go out in the field to trap me some game. Make it into a tasty dish, the way I like it, and bring it to me to eat. And my soul will then bless you before I die. Rebekah had been listening while Isaac was speaking to Esau, his son, and Esau went out to the field to trap some game and bring it home. Rebekah said to her son Jacob, I just heard your father speaking to your brother Esau, he said. Bring me some game and prepare it into something tasty. I will eat it and bless you in God's presence before I die. Now, my son, listen to me. Heed my instructions carefully. Go to the sheep and take 2 choice young kids. I will prepare them with a tasty recipe, just the way your father likes them. You must then bring it to your father, so that he will eat it and bless you before he dies. But my brother Esau is hairy, replied Jacob. I am smooth-skinned. Suppose my father touches me. He will realize that I am an impostor. I will gain a curse rather than a blessing. Let any curse be on me, my son, said the mother. But listen to me. Go, bring me what I asked. And Jacob went and fetched what his mother had requested. She took the kids and prepared them, using the tasty recipe that Jacob's father liked best. Rebekah then took her older son Esau's best clothing, which she had in her keeping, and put them on her younger son Jacob. She also placed the young goat's skins on his arms and on the hairless parts of his neck. And Rebekah handed to her son Jacob the delicacy and the bread she had baked. He came to his father. Father, yes, who are you, my son? It is I, Esau, your firstborn, said Jacob. I have done as you asked. Sit up and eat the game I trapped, so that your soul will bless me. "How did you find it so quickly, my son?" asked Isaac. "God, your Lord, was with me." "Come closer to me," said Isaac to Jacob. "Let me touch you, my son. Are you really Esau or not?" And Jacob came closer to his father Isaac, and Isaac touched him. And he said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." He did not realize who it was because there was hair on Jacob's arms, just like those of his brother Esau. Isaac was about to bless him. "But are you really my son, Esau?" "I am." "Then serve me the food. I will eat the game that my son trapped, so that my soul may bless you." And Jacob served it, and Isaac ate. He then brought Isaac some wine, and he drank it. His father Isaac said to him, "Come closer and kiss me, my son." And Jacob approached and kissed him. And Isaac smelled the fragrance of his garments and blessed him. He said, "See, my son's fragrance is like the perfume of a field blessed by God. May God grant you the dew of heaven and the fat of the earth, much grain and wine. Nations will serve you. Governments will bow down to you. You shall be like a lord over your brother. Your mother's children will prostrate themselves to you. Those who curse you are cursed, and those who bless you are blessed." Isaac had finished blessing Jacob, and Jacob had just left his father Isaac. And when his brother Esau came back from his hunt, he had also prepared a delicacy and brought it to his father. "Let my father get up and eat his son's venison," he said, "so that your soul may bless me." "Who are you?" asked his father Isaac. "I am your firstborn son, Esau," he replied. Isaac was seized with the violent fit of trembling. Where is the one who trapped the game and just served it to me? I ate it all before you came, and I blessed him. The blessing will remain his." And when Esau heard his father's words, he let out a most loud and bitter scream. "Bless me too, father," he pleaded. "Your brother came with deceit, and he already took your blessing. Isn't he truly named Jacob, Yaakov? He went behind my back, Akov. Twice. First he took my birthright, and now he took my blessing." Esau pleaded, "Couldn't you have saved me a blessing too?" And Isaac tried to answer, "But I made him like a lord over you." And he said, "I have given him all his brothers as slaves. I have associated him with the grain and the wine. What can I do for you, my son?" And Esau said to his father, "Is there only one blessing that you have, my father?" "Father, bless me too." Esau raised his voice and began to weep. His father Isaac then replied and said, "The fat places of the earth can still be your dwelling, and you can still have the dew of heaven. But you shall live by your sword. You may have to serve your brother, but when your complaints mount up, you will throw his yoke off your neck." And Esau was furious at Jacob because of the blessing that his father had given him. He said to himself, "The days of mourning for my father will be here soon. I will then be able to kill my brother Jacob." And her older son's plans were reported to Rebekah. She sent word and summoned her younger son Jacob. "Your brother Esau is consoling himself by planning to kill you," she said. "Now, my son, listen to me. Set out and flee to my brother Laban in Charan. Remain with him a while until your brother's anger has subsided. And when your brother has calmed down from his rage against you, and has forgotten what you have done to him, I will send word and summon you home. But why should I lose you both on the same day?" Rebekah said to Isaac, "I am disgusted with life because of those Hittite women. If Jacob marries such a Hittite girl from the daughters of this land, why should I go on living?" And Isaac summoned Jacob and gave him a blessing and a charge. "Do not marry a Canaanite girl," he said. "Set out and go to Padan Aram, to the house of your maternal grandfather Bethuel. Marry a daughter of your uncle Laban. God Almighty will then bless you, make you fruitful, and increase your numbers. You will become an assembly of nations. And he will grant Abraham's blessing to you and your descendants, so that you will take over the land which God gave to Abraham, where you previously lived only as a foreigner. And Isaac then sent Jacob on his way. And Jacob headed towards Padan Aram, to Laban, son of Bethuel the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob and Esau's mother. Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him to Padan Aram to find a wife, including in his blessing the charge, "Do not marry a Canaanite girl." He also knew that, and Jacob had obeyed his father and mother, and had gone to Padan Aram. Esau understood that the Canaanite girls were displeasing to his father Isaac. And Esau therefore went to Ishmael and married Machloth, daughter of Abraham's son Ishmael, a sister of Nebaioth, in addition to his other wives. Vayetzi 63. Jacob's journey. Jacob left Beersheba and headed towards Charan. He came to a familiar place and spent the night there because the sun had already set. Taking some stones, he placed them at his head and lay down to sleep there. He had a vision and a dream. A ladder was standing on the ground, and its top reached up toward the heaven. God's angels were going up and down on it. And suddenly he saw God standing over him. And God said, "I am God, Lord of Abraham, your father, and Lord of Isaac. I will give to you and your descendants the land upon which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth. You shall spread out to the west, to the east, to the north, and to the south. All the families on earth will be blessed through you and your descendants. I am with you. I will protect you wherever you go and bring you back to this soil. I will not turn aside from you until I have fully kept this promise to you." And Jacob awoke from his sleep. "God is truly in this place," he said, "but I did not know it." He was frightened. "How awe-inspiring this place is," he exclaimed. "It must be God's temple. It is the gate to heaven." And Jacob got up early in the morning and took the stone that he had placed under his head. He stood it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it. He named the place God's temple, Bethel, Beth-El. The town's original name, however, had been Luz. And Jacob made a vow. "If God will be with me," he said, "if he will protect me on the journey that I am taking, if he gives me bread to eat and clothing to wear, and if I return in peace to my father's house, then I will dedicate myself totally to God. Let this stone that I have set up as a pillar become a temple to God. Of all that you give me, I will set aside a tenth to you." And Jacob set off briskly and headed toward the land of the people to the east. He came to a place where he saw a well in a field. 3 flocks of sheep were lying beside it. And since it was from this well that the flocks were watered, the top of the well was covered with a large stone. When all the flocks would come together there, the shepherds would roll the stone from the top of the well and water the sheep. Then they would replace the stone on the well. And some shepherds were there. "From where do you come, brothers?" asked Jacob. "We are from Charan. Do you know Nachor's grandson, Laban?" "We know him." "Is he doing well?" "Well enough. Here's his daughter Rachel, coming with the sheep. But it's still the middle of the day. It's not yet time to bring the livestock together. Why not water the sheep and go on grazing?" "We can't until all the flocks have come together. All of us then roll the stone from the top of the well. Only then can we water the sheep." And while he was still conversing with them, Rachel appeared with her father's sheep. She was the shepherdess. And Jacob looked at his cousin Rachel, who was with his uncle Laban's sheep. And he stepped forward and rolled the stone from the top of the well, watering his uncle Laban's sheep. And Jacob kissed Rachel and wept aloud. He told her that he was Rebekah's son, and thus related to her father, and she ran to tell her father. And when Laban heard the news that Jacob had arrived, he ran to greet him. He embraced and kissed him, and brought him home. And Jacob told Laban all that had happened. "Yes, indeed, you are my own flesh and blood," said Laban. And Jacob remained with him for a month. Laban then said to Jacob, "Just because you are my close relative, does it mean that you must work for me for nothing? Tell me what you want to be paid." And Laban had 2 daughters, and the older one's name was Leah, and the younger one's name was Rachel. And Leah had lovely eyes, while Rachel was shapely and beautiful. And Jacob had fallen in love with Rachel. "I will work for you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter," he said. "Better I should give her to you than to another man," replied Laban. "You can stay with me." Jacob worked 7 years for Rachel, but he loved her so much it seemed like no more than a few days. And finally Jacob said to Laban, "The time is up. Give me my bride and let me marry her." And Laban invited all the local people and made a wedding feast. In the evening he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, who consummated the marriage with her. And Laban also had given his servant Zilpah to his daughter Leah to be her handmaid. In the morning Jacob discovered that it was Leah. He said to Laban, "How could you do this to me? Didn't I work with you for Rachel? Why did you cheat me?" "In our country it is something that is simply not done," replied Laban. "We never give a younger daughter in marriage before the firstborn. But wait until this week of wedding celebrations for Leah is over. Then we will give you the other girl, in return for the work that you will do for me for another 7 years. Jacob complied and completed the week of celebration for Leah. And Laban then gave him his daughter Rachel as a wife. And to his daughter Rachel Laban gave his servant Bilhah as a handmaid. And Jacob thus also married Rachel, and he loved Rachel more than Leah. He worked for Laban another 7 years. God saw that Leah was unloved, and he opened her womb, and Rachel remained barren. And Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben. "And God has seen my troubles," she said. "Now my husband will love me." She became pregnant again and had a son. "God has heard, Shammah, that I was unloved." And she said, "And he also gave me this son." And she named the child Simeon, Simon. She became pregnant again and had a son. "Now my husband will become attached, Lavah, to me." She said, "Because I have given him 3 sons." Jacob therefore named the child Levi. She became pregnant again and had a son. And she said, "This time let me praise Odah, God," and named the child Judah, Yahudah. She then stopped having children. Rachel realized that she was not bearing any children to Jacob. She was jealous of her sister and said to Jacob, "Give me children. If not, let me die." And Jacob became furious with Rachel. "Shall I take God's place?" he said. "It is he who is holding back the fruit of your womb." And Rachel said, "Here is my handmaid Bilhah. Come to her and let her give birth on my lap. Through her I will then also have a son." And she gave him her handmaid Bilhah as a wife. And Jacob came to her. And Bilhah became pregnant and gave birth to Jacob's son. And Rachel said, "God has judged me, and has also heard my prayer. He has finally given me a son." And therefore named the child Dan. Rachel's handmaid Bilhah became pregnant again and had a second son by Jacob. Rachel said, "I have been twisted around with my sister through all of God's roundabout ways, Naphtali, but I have finally won." She therefore named the child Naphtali. Leah realized that she was no longer having children. She took her handmaid Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. And Leah's handmaid Zilpah bore Jacob a son. And good fortune, God, has come, exclaimed Leah. She named the child God. Leah's handmaid Zilpah bore a second son to Jacob. It is my happiness, Asher, said Leah. Young girls will consider me happy. She named the child Asher. And Reuben took a walk during the wheat harvest, and he found mandrakes in the field. He brought them to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." "Isn't it enough that you have taken away my husband?" retorted Leah. "Now you even want to take my son's mandrakes?" "All right," replied Rachel. "Jacob will sleep with you tonight in exchange for your son's mandrakes." And when Jacob came home from the field that evening, Leah went out to meet him. "You will come to me," she said. "I have paid for your services with my son's mandrakes." He slept with her that night. God heard Leah's prayers, and she became pregnant, giving birth to a fifth son to Jacob. And Leah said, "God has given me my reward, Sakhar, because I have given my handmaid to my husband." And she named the child Issachar. Leah became pregnant again, and she bore Jacob a sixth son. "And God has given me a wonderful gift, Zeved," said Leah. "Now let my husband make his permanent home, Zebul, with me." And she named the child Zebulun. Leah then had a daughter, and she named her Dinah. God gave special consideration to Rachel. He heard her prayer and opened her womb. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son. "And God has gathered away, Asaph, my humiliation," she said. She named the child Yosef, saying, "May God grant another Yosef son to me." And after Rachel had given birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Let me leave. I would like to go home to my own land. Let me have my wives and children. And since I have earned them by working for you, and I will go. You are well aware of the service that I rendered you." "Haven't I earned your friendship?" replied Laban. "I have made use of divination, and have learned that it is because of you that God has blessed me." "Just name your price," said Laban. "I will give it." "You know full well how I worked for you," replied Jacob, "and how your livestock fared with me. You had very little before I came, but since then it has increased and become very substantial. God blessed you with my coming. But when will I do something to build my own estate? What shall I give you? Do not give me anything. Just do this one thing for me. I will come back and tend your sheep, giving them the best care. I will go through all your flocks with you today. Remove every lamb that is spotted or streaked, every sheep that has dark markings. Also, remove every goat that is streaked or spotted. It is with that kind that I will be paid. In the future, this will be a sign of my honesty. I will let you inspect all that I have taken as my pay. Any goat that is not spotted or streaked, or any sheep without dark markings, that is in my possession, can be considered stolen." "Agreed," replied Laban. "May your words only come true." And that day Laban removed the ringed and streaked he-goats, and all the spotted and streaked she-goats. And every one with a trace of white he also removed, and every sheep with dark markings. These he gave to his sons. He then separated himself from Jacob by the distance of a 3-day journey, and Jacob was left tending Laban's remaining sheep. Jacob took wands of fresh storax, almond, and plain. He peeled white stripes in them by uncovering the white layer under the wands bark. He set up the wands that he peeled near the watering troughs where the flocks came to drink, and facing the animals. It was when they came to drink that they usually mated. The animals mated in the presence of the wands, and the young they bore were ringed, spotted, and streaked. And Jacob segregated the young animals. Still he made the animals in Laban's flocks look at the ringed ones and all those with dark markings. But he bred his own flocks separately, and did not let them breed with Laban's flocks. And whenever the stronger animals mated, Jacob placed the wands before their eyes at the troughs, so that they would mate facing the wands. But when the sheep were feeble, he did not place the wands. The feeble ones thus went to Laban, while Jacob got the stronger ones. In this manner, the man became tremendously wealthy. He had many sheep and goats, as well as slaves, slave girls, camels, and donkeys. Jacob began to hear that Laban's sons were saying, "Jacob has taken everything belonging to our father. He has become rich by taking our father's property." And when Jacob saw Laban in person, Laban also did not behave to him as he did before. And God said to Jacob, "Go back to your birthplace and the land of your fathers. I will be with you." And Jacob sent word and summoned Rachel and Leah to the field where his flock was. "I saw your father's face," he said. "He is not acting the same with me as he used to, but the God of my father has been with me. You know full well that I served your father with all my strength. Your father swindled me and changed his mind about my pay at least 10 times, but God would not let him harm me. And if he said, 'Your pay will be the spotted ones,' then all the animals gave birth to spotted young. And if he said, 'Ringed ones will be your wage,' then all the animals dropped ringed ones. God thus eroded your father's livestock and gave it to me. During the breeding season, I suddenly had a vision. I saw that the bucks mounting the sheep were ringed, spotted, and flecked. An angel called to me in God's name, 'Jacob.' And I replied, 'Yes.' He said, 'Raise your eyes, and you will see that the bucks mounting the sheep are ringed, spotted, and flecked. Let this be a sign that I have seen all that Laban is doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and made an oath to me. Now set out and leave this land. Return to the land where you were born.' And Rachel and Leah both spoke up. 'Do we then still have a portion and an inheritance in our father's estate?' And they exclaimed, 'Why, he treats us like strangers. He has not sold us and spent the money. All the wealth that God has taken from our father actually belongs to us and our children. Now, whatever God has said to you, do it.' And Jacob began the journey, placing his children and wives on the camels. He led away all his livestock, and took all the goods he had acquired, including everything that he had bought in Paddan Aram. He was heading to see his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. Meanwhile, Laban was away, shearing his sheep, and Rachel stole the fetishes that belonged to her father. And Jacob decided to go behind the back of Laban the Aramean, and did not tell him that he was leaving. He thus fled with all he owned. He set out and crossed the Euphrates, heading in the direction of the Gilead mountains. On the third day, Laban was informed that Jacob had fled. He took along his kinsmen and pursued Jacob for 7 days, intercepting him in the Gilead mountains. And God appeared to Laban the Aramean that night in a dream, and said, "Be very careful not to say anything good or bad to Jacob." And Laban then overtook Jacob, and Jacob had set up his tents on a hill, while Laban had stationed his kinsmen on Mount Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, "How could you do this? You went behind my back and led my daughters away like prisoners of war. Why did you have to leave so secretly? You went behind my back and told me nothing. Why, I would have sent you off with celebration and song, with drum and lyre. You didn't even let me kiss my grandsons and daughters goodbye. What you did was very foolish. I have it in my power to do you great harm. But your father's God spoke to me last night and said, 'Be very careful not to say anything good or bad to Jacob.' I realize that you left because you missed your parents' home. But why did you have to steal my gods?" And Jacob spoke up. "I left this way because I was afraid," he said. I thought that you might take your daughters away from me by force. If you find your gods with anyone here, let him not live. Let all your close relatives here be witnesses. See if there is anything belonging to you and take it back." Jacob did not realize that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into the tents of Jacob, and Leah and the two handmaids, but he found nothing. When he left Leah's tent, he went into Rachel's, and Rachel had taken the fetishes and placed them inside a camel cushion, sitting down on them. And Laban inspected the entire tent, and found nothing. And Rachel said to her father, "Do not be angry, my lord, but I cannot get up for you. I have my female period." And Laban searched, but he did not find the fetishes. And Jacob was angry, and he argued with Laban, asserting himself. "What is my crime?" he exclaimed. "What terrible thing did I do that you came chasing me like this? You inspected all my things. What did you find from your house? Place it right here, in front of my relatives and yours. Let them determine which of us is right. 20 years I worked for you. In all that time, your sheep and goats never lost their young. Not once did I ever take a ram from your flocks as food. I never brought you an animal that had been attacked. I took the blame myself. You made me make it good, whether it was carried off by day or by night. By day I was consumed by the scorching heat, and at night by the frost, when sleep was snatched from my eyes. 20 years now I have worked for you in your estate, 14 years for your two daughters, and 6 years for some of your flocks. You changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my fathers, the God of Abraham, and the dread of Isaac had not been with me, you would have sent me away empty-handed. But God saw my plight and the work of my hands. And last night he rendered judgment." And Laban interrupted Jacob. "The daughters are my daughters. The sons are my sons. The flocks are my flocks. All that you see is mine. But my daughters, what can I do to them today, or to the children they have borne? Now come, let's make a treaty, you and I. Let there be a tangible evidence of it between you and me." And Jacob took a boulder and raised it as a pillar. "Gather stones," he said to his relatives. They took stones and made a large mound. They ate there on top of the mound. And Laban called it Witness Mound, Yagar Sahadutha. But Jacob named it Galed. Galed. "This mound shall be a witness between you and me today," said Laban. "That's why it is called Galed. Let the pillar be called Watchpost, Mitzpah. Let it be said that God will keep watch between you and me when we are out of each other's sight. If you degrade my daughters, or marry other women in addition to them, there may be no one with us, but you must always realize that God is the witness between you and me." Laban then said, "Here is the mound, and here is the pillar that I have set up between us. The mound shall be a witness, and the pillar shall be a witness. I am not to go beyond the mound with bad intentions, and you are not to go beyond the mound and pillar. And may the God of Abraham, the God of Nachor, and the God of their fathers be our judge." And Jacob swore by the dread of his father Isaac. He then butchered an animal on the hill, and invited his relatives to break bread. They had a meal and spent the night on the hill. And Laban got up early the next morning and kissed his grandsons and daughters goodbye. He then blessed them and left to return home. And Jacob also continued on his way. He encountered angels of God. And when Jacob saw them, he said, "This is God's camp." He named the place Twin Camps, Machanaim. Vayishlach. 64. Jacob meets Esau. Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brother Esau, to Edom's field, in the Seir area. He instructed them to deliver the following message. To my lord Esau, your humble servant Jacob says, I have been staying with Laban. I have delayed my return until now. I have acquired cattle, donkeys, sheep, slaves, and slave girls, and am now sending word to tell my lord, to gain favor in your eyes. The messengers returned to Jacob with the report. We came to your brother Esau, and he is also heading towards you. He has 400 men with him. And Jacob was very frightened and distressed. He divided the people accompanying him into 2 camps, along with the sheep, cattle, and camels. He said, if Esau comes and attacks one camp, at least the other camp will survive. And Jacob prayed, O God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac, you yourself told me, return to the land where you were born, and I will make things go well with you. I am unworthy of all the kindness and faith that you have shown me. And when I left home, I crossed the Jordan with my only staff, and now I have enough for 2 camps. Rescue me, I pray, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau. I am afraid of him, for he can come and kill us all, mothers and children alike. You once said, I will make things go well with you, and make your descendants like the sand grains of the sea, which are too numerous to count. And after spending the night there, he selected a tribute for his brother Esau from what he had with him. And the tribute consisted of 200 female goats, 20 male goats, 200 ewes, 20 rams, 30 nursing camels with their young, 40 cows, 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys, and 10 male donkeys. These he gave to his servants, each herd by itself. He said to his servants, Go on ahead of me. Keep a space between one herd and the next. And he gave the first group instructions. When my brother Esau encounters you, he will ask, To whom do you belong? Where are you going? Who owns all this that is with you? You must reply, It belongs to your servant Jacob. It is a tribute to my master Esau, and Jacob himself is right behind us. He gave similar instructions to the second group, to the third, and to all who went after the herd. You must all say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, he said. You must also say, Your servant Jacob is right behind us. And Jacob said to himself, I will win him over with the gifts that are being sent ahead, and then I will face him, and hopefully he will forgive me. And he sent the gifts ahead of him, and spent the night in the camp. In the middle of the night he got up, and took his 2 wives, his 2 handmaids, and his 11 sons, and sent them across the Jabbok River, shallows. And after he had taken them and sent them across, he also sent across all his possessions. And Jacob remained alone. A stranger appeared and wrestled with him until just before daybreak. And when the stranger saw that he could not defeat him, he touched the upper joint of Jacob's thigh, and Jacob's hip joint became dislocated as he wrestled with the stranger. Let me leave, said the stranger. Dawn is breaking. I will not let you leave unless you bless me. What is your name? Jacob. Your name will no longer be said to be Jacob, but Israel, Yisrael. You have become great, Sar, before God and man. You have won. And Jacob returned the question. If you would, he said, tell me what your name is. Why do you ask my name? Replied the stranger. He then blessed Jacob. And Jacob named the place Divine Face, Peniel. And he said, I have seen the divine face to face, and my soul has withstood it. And the sun rose and was shining on him as he left Peniel. He was limping because of his thigh. And the Israelites therefore do not eat the displaced nerve on the hip joint to this very day. This is because the stranger touched Jacob's thigh on the displaced nerve. And Jacob looked up and saw Esau approaching with 400 men. And he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the two handmaids. He placed the handmaids and their children in front, Leah and their sons behind them, and Rachel and Joseph to the rear. Jacob then went ahead of them, and he prostrated himself 7 times as he approached his brother. And Esau ran to meet them. He hugged Jacob, and throwing himself on his shoulders, kissed him. They both wept. And Esau looked up and saw the women and children. "Who are these to you?" he asked. "They are the children whom God has been kind enough to grant me," replied Jacob. The handmaids approached along with their children, and the women bowed down. And Leah and her children also approached and bowed down. And finally, Joseph and Rachel came forward and bowed down. "What did you have to do with that whole camp that came to greet me?" asked Esau. "It was to gain favor in your eyes," replied Jacob. "I have plenty, my brother," said Esau. "Let what is yours remain yours." "Please, no," said Jacob. "If I have gained favor with you, please accept this gift from me. After all, seeing your face is like seeing the face of the divine. You have received me so favorably. Please accept my welcoming gift as it has been brought to you. God has been kind to me, and I have all I need." And Jacob thus urged him, and Esau finally took it. "Let's get going and move on," said Esau. "I will travel alongside you." "My lord," replied Jacob, "you know that the children are weak, and I have responsibility for the nursing sheep and cattle. If they are driven hard for even one day, all the sheep will die. Please go ahead of me, my lord. I will lead my group slowly, following the pace of the work that I have ahead of me and the pace of the children. I will eventually come to you, my lord, in Seir." "Let me put some of my people at your disposal," said Esau. "What for?" replied Jacob. "Just let me remain on friendly terms with you." And on that day Esau returned along the way to Seir, and Jacob went to Succoth. And there he built himself a house and made shelters for his livestock. He therefore named the place Succoth, shelters. 65. Arrival at Shechem. When Jacob came from Padan Aram and entered the boundaries of Canaan, he arrived safely in the vicinity of Shechem. He set up camp in view of the city. He bought the piece of open land which he set up his tent for 100 kestas from the sons of Chamor, chief of Shechem. He erected an altar there and named it "God is Israel's Lord," El Elohai Yisrael. 66. The affair of Dinah. Leah's daughter Dinah, whom she had borne to Jacob, went out to visit some of the local girls. She was seen by Shechem, son of the chief of the region, Chamor the Hivite. He seduced her, slept with her, and then raped her, becoming deeply attached to Jacob's daughter Dinah. He fell in love with the girl and tried to make up with her. And Shechem said to his father Chamor, "Get me this young girl as a wife." And Jacob learned that his daughter Dinah had been defiled, and his sons were in the field with livestock, and Jacob remained silent until they came home. Meanwhile, Shechem's father, Chamor, came to Jacob to speak with him, and Jacob's son returned from the field. And when they heard what had happened, the men were shocked and they seethed with anger. And Shechem had committed an outrage against Israel, sleeping with a daughter of Jacob. And such an act could not be tolerated. Chamor tried to reason with them. "My son, Shechem, is deeply in love with your daughter," he said. "If you would, let him marry her. Intermarry with us. You can give us your daughters, and we will give you ours. You will be able to live with us, and the land will be open before you. Settle down, do business here, and the land will become your property." And Shechem also spoke to Dinah's father and brothers. "I will do anything to regain your favor. I will give you whatever you ask. Set the bridal payment and gifts as high as you like. I will give whatever you demand of me. Just let me have the girl as my wife." And when Jacob's sons replied to Shechem and his father Hamor, it was with an ulterior motive. After all, they were speaking to the one who had defiled their sister Dinah. "We can't do that," they said. "Giving our sister to an uncircumcised man would be a disgrace to us. The only way we can possibly agree is if you will be like us and circumcise every male. Only then will we give you our daughters and take your daughters for ourselves. We will be able to live together with you, and both of us will become a single nation. But if you do not accept our terms and agree to be circumcised, we will take our daughter and go." Their terms seemed fair to Hamor and his son Shechem, and since he desired Jacob's daughter, the young man lost no time in doing it. He was the most respected person in his father's house. And Hamor and his son Shechem came to the city gate, and they spoke to the citizens of their city. "And these men are friendly towards us," they said. "They live on the land and support themselves profitably from it. The land has more than ample room for them. We will marry their daughters and give them ours. But if it is only if their terms are met that these men will consent to live with us and become one nation. And every male among us must first be circumcised." Sorry, one second. "Just as they are circumcised. Won't their livestock, their possessions, and all their animals eventually be ours? Just let us agree to their condition and live with them." And all the people who came out to the city gate agreed with Hamor and his son Shechem. The males who passed through the city gate are all allowed themselves to be circumcised. And on the third day, when the people were in agony, two of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took up their swords. They came to the city without arousing suspicion and killed every male. They also killed Hamor and his son Shechem by the sword, and took Dinah from Shechem's house. Then they left. Jacob's sons came upon the dead and plundered the city that had defiled their sisters. They took the sheep, cattle, donkeys, and whatever else was in the city and the field. They also took the women and all the children as captives. They took everything from the houses, plundering all the city's wealth. Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You have gotten me in trouble, giving me a bad reputation among the Canaanites and Perizzites who live in the land. I have only a small number of men. They can band together and attack me, and my family and I will be wiped out. Should he have been allowed to treat our sister like a prostitute?" They replied. 67. Preparations for Beth-el. God said to Jacob, "Set out and go up to Bethel. Remain there and make an altar to me, the God who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau." And Jacob said to his family and everyone with him, "Get rid of the idolatrous artifacts that you have. Purify yourselves and change your clothes. We are setting out and going up to Bethel. There I will make an altar to God, who answered me in my time of trouble, and who has been with me on the journey that I have taken." And they gave Jacob all the idolatrous artifacts that they had, even the rings in their ears. And Jacob buried them under the terebinth tree near Shechem. They began their journey, and the terror of God was felt in all the cities around them, and they did not pursue Jacob's sons. Jacob and all the people with him came to Luz in the land of Canaan, that is, to Bethel. He built an altar there, and he named the place Bethel's God. And since this was the place where God was revealed to him when he was fleeing from his brother, Rebekah's nurse Deborah died, and she was buried in the valley of Bethel under the oak. It was named Weeping Oak, Alon Bakuth. 68. Beth El. Now that Jacob had returned from Padan Aram, God appeared to him again and blessed him. And God said to him, "Your name is Jacob, but your name will not be only Jacob. You will also have Israel as a name." And God thus named him Israel. God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and increase. A nation and a community of nations will come into existence from you. Kings will be born from your loins. I will grant you the land that I gave to Abraham and Isaac. I will also give the land to your descendants who will follow you." And God went up and left Jacob in the place where he had spoken to him. And Jacob had set up a pillar in the place that God had spoken to him. And he now offered a libation on it, and then poured oil on it. And Jacob had named the place where God had spoken to him Beth El, God's temple. They moved on from Beth El and were some distance from Ephrath when Rachel began to give birth. Her labor was extremely difficult, and when her labor was at its worst, the midwife said to her, "Don't be afraid. This one will also be a son for you." And she was dying, and as she breathed her last, she named the child Ben-Oni, my sorrow's son. His father called him Benjamin. Rachel died and was buried on the road to Ephrath, now known as Bethlehem. And Jacob set up a monument on her grave. This is the monument that is on Rachel's grave to this very day. And Israel traveled on, and he set up to his tent beyond Herd Tower, Migdal Edir, while Jacob was living undisturbed in the area. And Reuben went and disturbed the sleeping arrangements of Bilhah, his father's concubine. And Jacob heard about it. 69. Jacob's sons, Isaac's death. Jacob had 12 sons. The sons of Leah were Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Rachel's handmaid, Bilhah, were Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Leah's handmaid, Zilpah, were Gad and Asher. These are the sons born to Jacob in Padan Aram. Jacob thus came to his father Isaac in Mamre, at Kirath Arba, better known as Hebron. This is where Abraham and Isaac had resided. And Isaac lived to be 180 years old. He breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people, old and in the fullness of his years. His sons, Esau and Jacob, buried him. 70. Esau's line. These are the chronicles of Esau, also known as Edom. Esau took wives from the daughters of Canaan. These were Adah, daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah, daughter of Anna, daughter of Sisvan the Hivite. He also married Basemath, daughter of Ishmael and sister of Nebaioth. Adah bore Esau's son Eliphaz. Basemath bore Reuel. Oholibamah bore Yeush, Yalam, and Korach. The above are Esau's sons who were born in the land of Canaan. Esau took his wives, his sons, his daughters, all the members of his household, his livestock animals, and all the possessions that he had acquired in the land of Canaan, and he moved to another area, away from his brother Jacob. This was because they had too much property to be able to live together, because of all their livestock. The land where they were staying could not support them. Esau therefore settled in the hill country of Seir. And there Esau became the nation of Edom. These are the chronicles of Esau, the ancestor of Edom, in the hill country of Seir. These are their names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, son of Esau's wife Adah; Reuel, son of Esau's wife Basemath. And the sons of Eliphaz were Temen, Omar, Sveb, Epho, Gotman, and Kenaz. Timnah became the concubine of Esau's son Eliphaz, and she bore Eliphaz's son Amalek. All these are the descendants of Esau's wife Adah. These are the sons of Reuel: Nachath, Zerach, Shema, and Mizpah. These are the descendants of Esau's wife Basemath. These are the sons of Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anah, daughter of Svivan. By Esau she had Yeush, Yalam, and Karach. These are the original tribal chiefs among the children of Esau. The sons of Esau's firstborn: Eliphaz, chief Teman; chief Omar; chief Sepho; chief Kenaz; chief Karach; chief Gatam; chief Amalek. These were the tribal chiefs from Eliphaz in the land of Edom. The above were descendants of Adah. These are the tribal chiefs among the children of Esau's son Reuel. Chief Nachath, chief Zerach, chief Shema, chief Mizpah. These are the tribal chiefs from Reuel in the land of Edom. And the above were descendants of Esau's wife Basemath. And these are the sons of Esau's wife Oholibamah: chief Yeush, chief Yalam, chief Karach. These are the tribal chiefs from Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anah. These are the sons of Esau, and these are their tribal chiefs. This is what constitutes Edom. 71. Seir's line. These are the children of the Seir, the Horite, the original inhabitants of the land: Lotan, Shoval, Sivan, Anah, Dishan, Etzer, Dishan. These were the tribal chiefs of the Horites among the sons of Seir in the land of Edom. The sons of Lotan were Chori and Himam, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And these are the sons of Shoval: Alvan, Manachath, Ebhal, Sheoph, and Onam. These are the children of Sivan, Aya. These are the children of Sivan, Aya, and Anna. Anna was the one who discovered how to breed mules in the desert when he was tending the donkeys for his father, Sivan. These are the children of Anna: Dishan and Oholibamah, daughter of Anah. And these are the sons of Dishan: Chimdan, Eshban, Yithron, and Karan. These are the sons of Etzir: Bilhan, Zavan, and Achan. And these are the sons of Dishan: Uts and Aran. And these are the tribal chiefs of the Horites: Chief Lotan, Chief Shoval, Chief Sivan, Chief Anah, Chief Dishan, Chief Etzer, Chief Dishan. These are the tribes of the Horites according to their chiefs in the land of Seir. 72. Kings of Edom. These are the kings who ruled the land of Edom before any king reigned over the Israelites. Bela, son of Beor, became king of Edom, and the name of his capital was Dinhava. Bela died, and he was succeeded as king by Yovev, son of Zorach, from Botzrah. Yovav died, and he was succeeded as king by Chusham, from the land of the Timonites. And Chusham died, and he was succeeded as king by Hadad, son of Badad, who defeated Midian in the field of Moab. The name of his capital was Avith. Hadad died, and he was succeeded as king by Samlah of Masrekah. Samlah died, and he was succeeded as king by Saul from Rechovath on the river, Rechovath Hanara. Saul died, and he was succeeded as king by Baal Chanan, son of Achbor. Baal Chanan, son of Achbor, died, and he was succeeded as king by Hadar. The name of his capital was Powell. His wife's name was Mehechabal, daughter of Matred, daughter of Me-Zahav. These are the names of the tribes of Esau according to their families in the respective areas, named after individuals: the tribe of Timnah, the tribe of Alva, the tribe of Yetheth, the tribe of Oholibamah, the tribe of Elah, the tribe of Pinon, the tribe of Kenaz, the tribe of Timon, the tribe of Mibzar, the tribe of Magdiel, the tribe of Iram. These are the tribes of Esau, each with its own settlements in its hereditary lands. This is how Esau was the ancestor of the Edomites. Vayashev 73. Joseph is sold. Meanwhile, Jacob settled in the area where his father had lived in the land of Canaan. These are the chronicles of Jacob. Joseph was 17 years old. As a lad, he would tend the sheep with his brothers, the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, his father's wives. Joseph brought his father a bad report about them. Israel loved Joseph more than any of his other sons, since he was the child of his old age. He made Joseph a long, colorful coat. And when his brothers realized that their father loved him more than all the rest, they began to hate him. They could not say a peaceful word to him. Then Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him all the more. "Listen to the dream I had," he said to them. "We were binding sheaves in the field, when my sheaf suddenly stood up erect. Your sheaves formed a circle around my sheaf, and bowed down to it." "Do you want to be our king?" retorted the brothers. "Do you intend to rule over us?" Because of his dreams and words, they hated him even more. He had another dream and told it to his brothers. "I just had another dream," he said. "The sun, the moon, and 11 stars were bowing down to me." And when he told it to his fathers and brothers, his father scolded him and said, "What kind of dream did you have? Do you want me, your mother, and your brothers to come and prostrate ourselves on the ground to you?" His brothers became very jealous of him, but his father suspended judgment. Joseph's brothers left to tend their father's sheep in Shechem. Israel said to Joseph, "I believe your brothers are keeping the sheep in Shechem. I would like you to go to them." "I'm ready," replied Joseph. "Then see how your brothers and the sheep are doing," said Israel. "Bring me a report." And Israel thus set him from the Hebron valley, and Joseph arrived in Shechem. A stranger found him blundering about in the fields. "What are you looking for?" asked the stranger. "I'm looking for my brothers," replied Joseph. "Perhaps you can tell me where they are tending the sheep." "They already left this area," said the man. "I heard them planning to go to Dothan." And Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. They saw him in the distance, and before he reached them, they were plotting to kill him. "Here comes the dreamer," they said to one another. "Now we have the chance. Let's kill him and throw him into one of the wells. We can say that a wild beast ate him. Then let's see what will become of his dreams." And Reuben heard these words and tried to rescue Joseph. "Let's not kill him," he said. And Reuben tried to reason with his brothers. "Don't commit bloodshed. You can throw him into this well in the nearest desert, and you won't have to lay a hand on him." And his plan was to rescue Joseph from his brothers and bring him back to his father. And when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped him of the long, colorful coat that he was wearing. They took him and threw him into the well. The well was empty. There was no water in it. The brothers sat down and ate a meal. And when they looked up, they saw an Arab caravan coming from Gilead. And the camels were carrying gum, balsam, and resin, transporting them to Egypt. And Judah said to his brothers, "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover his blood? Let's sell him to the Arabs and not harm him with our own hands. After all, he's our brother, our own flesh and blood." His brothers agreed. The strangers, who turned out to be Midianite traders, approached, and the brothers pulled Joseph out of the well. They sold him to the Arabs for 20 pieces of silver. The Midianite Arabs were to bring Joseph to Egypt. And when Reuben returned to the well, Joseph was no longer there. Reuben tore his clothes in grief. He returned to his brothers. "The boy is gone," he exclaimed. "And I, where can I go?" And the brothers took Joseph's coat. They slaughtered a goat and dipped the coat in the blood. They sent the long, colorful coat, and it was brought to their father. "We found this," explained the brothers when they returned. "Try to identify it. Is it your son's coat or not?" And Jacob immediately recognized it. "It is my son's coat," he cried. "A wild beast must have eaten him. My Joseph has been torn to pieces." He tore his robes in grief and put on sackcloth. He kept himself in mourning for many days. All his sons and daughters tried to console him, but he refused to be comforted. "I will go down to the grave mourning for my son," he said. He wept for his son as only a father could. The Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's officers, captain of the guard. 74. Judah and Tamar. Around this time, Judah left his brothers. He became friends with a man of Adullam by the name of Chira. There Judah met the daughter of a merchant named Shua. He married her and came to her. She became pregnant and had a son. He named the child She became pregnant again and had another son. She named him Onan. She gave birth once again to a son, and she named him Shelah. Judah was in Keziv when she gave birth to this child. And Judah took a wife for in his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn was evil in God's eyes, and God made him die. And Judah said to Onan, "Marry your brother's wife, and thus fulfill the duty of a brother-in-law to her. You will then raise children to keep your brother's name alive." And Onan, however, realized that the children would not carry his name. Therefore, whenever he came to his brother's wife, he let the seed go to waste on the ground, so as not to have children in his brother's name. What he did was evil in God's eye, and he also made him die. And Judah said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, "Live as a widow in your father's house until my son Shelah is grown." He was putting off her because he was concerned that Shelah too would die like his brothers. Tamar left and lived in her father's house. A long time passed, and Judah's wife, the daughter of Shua, died. And Judah sought consolation, and he went to supervise his sheep shearers in Timnah, together with his friend Chira the Adullamite. Tamar was told that her father-in-law was going to Timnah to shear his sheep. She took off her widow's garb and covered herself with a veil. Thus disguised, she sat at the entrance of Twin Wells in Yaim on the road to Timnah. She had seen that Shelah had grown, and she had not been given to him as a wife. Judah saw her, and because she had covered her face, he assumed that she was a prostitute. He turned aside to her on the road, not realizing that she was his own daughter-in-law. "Hello there," he said. "Let me come to you." "What will you give me if you come to me?" "I will send you a kid from the flock, but you must give me something for security until you send it." "What do you want for security?" "Your seal, your wrap, and the staff in your hand," she replied. He gave them to her and came to her, making her pregnant. She got up and left, taking off her veil and putting her widow's garb back on. Judah sent the young kid with his friend, the Adullamite, in order to get the security back from the woman. But his friend could not find her. The friend asked the local people, "Where is the religious prostitute?" "She was near Twin Wells, Ahmen, alongside the road." "There was no religious prostitute here," they replied. He returned to Judah and said, "I could not find the woman. The local men said that there was no sacred prostitute there." "Let her keep the security," replied Judah. "We don't want to become a laughingstock. I tried to send her the kid, but you couldn't find her." And some 3 months passed, and Judah was told, "Your daughter-in-law has been behaving loosely. She has become pregnant from her looseness. Take her out and have her burned, said Judah. When she was being taken out, she sent the security to her father-in-law with the message, I am pregnant by the man who is the owner of these articles. And when Judah came to her, she said, If you would identify these objects, who is the owner of this seal, this wrap, and this staff? And Judah immediately recognized them. She is more innocent than I am, he said. She did it because I did not give her to my son Shelah. He was not intimate with her any more. And when the time came for her to give birth, there were twins in her womb. As she was in labor, one of them put out an arm. The midwife grasped it, and tied a crimson thread on it. This one came out first, she announced. He pulled his hand back, and then his brother came out. You have asserted yourself with such pushiness. Peretz, she said. Judah named the child Peretz. His brother, with the crimson thread on his hand, was then born. Judah named him Zerach. 75. Joseph's temptation. Joseph had been brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's Egyptian officers, the captain of the guard, had purchased him from the Arabs who had brought him there. God was with Joseph, and he made him very successful. And soon he was working in his master's own house. His master realized that God was with Joseph, and that God granted success to everything he did. And Joseph gained favor with his master, and before long he was appointed as his master's personal servant. His master placed him in charge of his household, giving him responsibility for everything he owned. And as soon as his master had placed him in charge of his household and possessions, God blessed the Egyptians because of Joseph. God's blessing was in all the Egyptian had, both in the house and the field. His master left all his affairs in Joseph's hands, except for the food he himself ate. He did not concern himself with anything Joseph did. Meanwhile, Joseph grew to be well built and handsome. And in the course of time, his master's wife cast her eyes on Joseph. Sleep with me, she said. He adamantly refused. He reasoned with his master's wife. My master does not even know what I do in the house. He has entrusted me with everything he owns. No one in this house has more power than I have. He has not kept back anything at all from me, except for you, his wife. How could I do such a great wrong? It would be a sin before God. And she spoke to Joseph every day, but he would not pay attention to her. He would not even lie next to her or spend time with her. One such day, Joseph came to the house to do his work. None of the household staff was inside. The woman grabbed him by his cloak. Sleep with me, she pleaded, and he ran away from her, leaving his cloak in her hand, and fled outside. And when she realized that he had left his cloak in her hand and fled outside, she called her household servants. See, she said, he brought us a Hebrew man to play games with us. He came to rape me, but I screamed as loud as I could. When he heard me scream and call for help, he ran outside and left his cloak with me. And she kept Joseph's cloak with her until his master came home, and she told him the same story. The Hebrew slave that you brought us came to play games with me. When I screamed and called for help, he fled outside, leaving his cloak with me. And when her husband heard his wife's story and her description of the incident, he became furious. Joseph's master had him arrested and placed him in the dungeon where the king's prisoners were kept. He was to remain in that dungeon. God was with Joseph, and he showed him kindness, making him find favor with the warden of the dungeon. Soon the warden had placed all the prisoners in the dungeon under Joseph's charge. And Joseph took care of everything that had to be done. The warden did not have to look for anything that was under Joseph's care. God was with Joseph, and God granted him success in everything he did. 76. The prisoner's dreams. Soon after this, the Egyptian king's wine steward and baker offended their master, who was the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was incensed at his two courtiers, the chief steward and chief baker, and he had them arrested. They were placed in the house of the captain of the guard, in the same dungeon where Joseph was imprisoned. They were under arrest for a long period of time, and the captain assigned Joseph to look after them. One night the two of them dreamed. The Egyptian king's steward and baker, who were imprisoned in the dungeon, each had a dream that seemed to have a special meaning. When Joseph came to them in the morning, he saw that they were upset. He tried to find out what was wrong with Pharaoh's courtiers, who were his fellow prisoners in his master's house. "Why do you look so worried today?" he asked. "We each had a dream," they replied, "and there is no one here to interpret it." "Interpretations are God's business," replied Joseph, "if you want to tell me about your dreams." The chief steward related his dreams to Joseph. "In my dream," he said, "there was a grapevine right there in front of me. The vine had 3 branches. As soon as its buds formed, its blossoms bloomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. I took the grapes and squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup. Then I placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said to him, 'This is the interpretation. The 3 branches are 3 days. In 3 days Pharaoh will lift your head and give you back your position. You will place Pharaoh's cup in his hand, just as you did before, and when you were his steward. But when things go well for you, just remember that I was with you. Do me a favor and say something about me to Pharaoh. Perhaps you will be able to get me out of this place. I was originally kidnapped from the land of the Hebrews, and when I came here, I did not do anything to deserve being thrown in the dungeon.' The chief baker saw that Joseph was able to give a good interpretation, and he said to Joseph, 'I also saw myself in a dream. There were 3 baskets of fine white bread on my head. In the top basket there were all kinds of baked goods that Pharaoh eats, but birds were eating it from the basket on my head.' And Joseph replied, 'This is its interpretation. The 3 baskets are 3 days. In 3 days Pharaoh will lift your head right off your body. He will hang you on a gallows, and the birds will eat your flesh.' The 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday, and he made a feast for all his servants. Among his servants he gave special attention to the chief wine steward and the chief baker. He restored the chief steward to his position and allowed him to place the cup in Pharaoh's hand. The chief baker, however, was hanged, just as Joseph had predicted. The chief steward did not remember Joseph. He forgot all about him. Maiketz 77. Joseph's vindication. 2 full years passed. Then Pharaoh had a dream. He was standing near the Nile when suddenly 7 handsome, healthy-looking cows emerged from the Nile and grazed in the marsh grass. Then another 7 ugly, lean cows emerged from the Nile and stood next to the cows already on the riverbank. The ugly, lean cows ate up the 7 handsome, fat cows. Pharaoh then woke up. He fell asleep again and had a second dream. He saw 7 fat, good ears of grain growing on a single stalk. Then, suddenly, another 7 ears of grain grew behind them, thin and scorched by the hot east wind. The 7 thin ears swallowed up the 7 flat, full ears. Pharaoh woke up and realized that it had been a dream. In the morning, he was very upset. He sent word, summoning all the symbolists and wise men of Egypt. And Pharaoh told them his dreams, but there was no one who could provide a satisfactory interpretation. The chief wine steward spoke to Pharaoh. "I must recall my crimes today," he said. "And Pharaoh was angry at us, and he placed me under arrest in the house of the captain of the guard, along with the chief baker. We dreamed one night. He and I each had a dream that seemed to have its own special meaning. There was a young Hebrew man with us, a slave of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he interpreted them. He provided each of us with an interpretation, and things worked out just as he said they would. I was given back my position, while the baker was hanged. Pharaoh sent the messengers and had Joseph summoned. They rushed him from the dungeon. He got a haircut and changed his clothes, and then came to Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, I had a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. I heard that when you hear a dream, you can explain it. Joseph answered Pharaoh, It is not by my own power, but God may provide an answer concerning Pharaoh's fortune. Pharaoh related it to Joseph. In my dream, I was standing on the bank of the Nile. Suddenly, 7 fat, handsome cows emerged from the Nile and grazed in the marsh grass. Then, just as suddenly, 7 other cows emerged after them, very badly formed and emaciated. I never saw such bad ones in all Egypt. The emaciated bad cows proceeded to eat the first 7 healthy cows. These were completely swallowed by the emaciated cows, but there was no way of telling that they were inside. The cows looked just as bad as they had at first. Then I woke up. Then I had another dream. There were 7 full, good ears of grain growing on one stalk. Suddenly 7 other ears of grain grew behind them. The second ones were shriveled, thin, and scorched by the east desert wind. The thin ears swallowed up the 7 good ears. I told this to the symbolists, but none of them could interpret it for me. And Joseph said to Pharaoh, Pharaoh's dream has a single meaning. God has told Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years. The 7 good ears are the same 7 years. It is one dream. The 7 emaciated bad cows who came up after the first ones are also 7 years. The 7 empty wind-scorched ears will likewise be 7 years of famine. It is as I have told Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. 7 years are coming, during which there will be a great surplus of food all over Egypt. These will be followed by 7 years of famine, when all the surplus in Egypt will be forgotten. The famine will ravage the land. The ensuing famine will be so terrible that there will be no way of telling that there was once a surplus in the land. The reason that Pharaoh had the same dream twice is because the process has already been set in motion by God, and God is rushing to do it. Now Pharaoh must seek out a man with insight and wisdom, and place him in charge of Egypt. And Pharaoh must then take further action and appoint officials over the land. A rationing system will have to be set up over Egypt during the 7 years of surplus. Let the officials collect all the food during these coming good years, and let them store the grain under Pharaoh's control. The food will be kept in the cities under guard. The food can then be held and reserved for the land when the 7 famine years come to Egypt. The land will then not be depopulated by the famine. Pharaoh and all his advisors considered it an excellent plan. And Pharaoh said to his advisors, Can there be another person who has God's Spirit in him as this man does? And Pharaoh said to Joseph, Since God has informed you about all this, there can be no one with as much insight and wisdom as you. You shall be in charge of my government, and food will be distributed to my people by your orders. Only by the throne will I outrank you. And Pharaoh then formally declared to Joseph, I am placing you in charge of the entire land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took his ring off his own hand and placed it on the hand of Joseph. He had him dressed in the finest linen garments and placed a gold chain around his neck. He had Joseph ride in his 2nd royal chariot, and those going ahead of him announced, The Viceroy! Joseph was thus given authority over all Egypt. Pharaoh said to Joseph, I am Pharaoh. Without your say, no man will lift a hand or foot in all Egypt. And Pharaoh gave Joseph the name Saspanath Panayich. He gave him Asenath, daughter of Potipharah, the priest, On as a wife. Joseph thus went out to oversee Egypt. And when he stood before Pharaoh, Joseph was 30 years old. Joseph left Pharaoh's court, and he made an inspection tour of the entire land of Egypt. And during the 7 years of surplus, the land produced loads of grain. And Joseph collected the food during the 7 years that Egypt was now enjoying, and he placed the food in the cities. The food growing in the fields around each day was placed inside the city. And Joseph accumulated so much grain, it was like the sand of the sea. They had to give up counting it, since there was too much to count. Joseph had 2 sons before the famine years came, born to him by Asenath, daughter of Potipharah, priest of On. Joseph named the firstborn Manasseh, Nashea, because God has made me forget, Nashea, all my troubles, and even my father's house. He named his second son Ephraim, because God has made me fruitful, Parai, in the land of my suffering. The 7 years of surplus that Egypt was enjoying finally came to an end, and the 7 years of famine then began. And just as Joseph had predicted, there was famine in all the other lands, but in Egypt there was bread. Eventually, however, all of Egypt has also began to feel the famine, and the people cried out to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh announced to all Egypt, "Go to Joseph, do whatever he tells you." The famine spread over the entire area. And Joseph opened up all the storehouses, and he rationed supplies to Egypt. But the famine was growing worse in Egypt. The famine was also growing more severe in the entire area, and people from all over the area came to Egypt to obtain rations from Joseph. Jacob learned that there were provisions in Egypt, and he said to his sons, "Why are you fantasizing? I have heard that there are supplies in Egypt." And he explained, "You can go there and buy food. Let us live and not die." And Joseph's 10 brothers went to buy grain in Egypt. But Jacob did not send Joseph's brother Benjamin along with the others. "Something might happen to him," he said. Israel's sons came to buy rations along with the others who came because of the famine in Canaan. And Joseph was like a dictator over the land, since he was the only one who rationed out food for all the people. And when Joseph's brothers arrived, they prostrated themselves to him, with their faces to the ground. Joseph recognized his brothers as soon as he saw them, but he behaved like a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where are you from?" he asked. "From the land of Canaan, to buy food," they replied. And Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. He remembered what he had dreamed about them. "You are spies," he said to them. "You have come to see where the land is exposed, to attack." "No, my lord," they replied. "We are your servants, who have come only to buy food. We are all the sons of the same man. We are honorable men. We would never think of being spies." "No," retorted Joseph. "You have come to see where the land is exposed." "We are 12 brothers," they pleaded. "We are the sons of one man who is in Canaan. Right now the youngest brother is with our father, and one brother is gone." "I still say that you are spies," replied Joseph. "There is only one way that you can convince me. By Pharaoh's life, all of you will not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Let one of you go back and bring your brother. The rest will remain here under arrest. This will test your claim and determine if you are telling the truth. If not, by Pharaoh's life, you will be considered spies." Joseph had them placed under arrest for 3 days. On the third day, Joseph said to them, "If you do as I say, you will live. I fear the God. We will see if you are really being candid. One of you will be held hostage in the same building where you were kept under arrest. The rest can go and bring supplies to your hungry families. Bring your youngest brother here, and your claim will be substantiated. Then you will not die." They agreed to this, but they said to one another, "We deserve to be punished because of what we did to our brother. We saw him suffering when he pleaded with us, but we would not listen. And that's why this great misfortune has come upon us now." And Reuben interrupted them. "Didn't I tell you not to commit a crime against the boy?" he said. "You wouldn't listen. Now a divine accounting is being demanded for his blood." Meanwhile, they did not realize that Joseph was listening, since they had spoken to him through a translator. Joseph left them and wept, and when he returned, he spoke to them sternly again. He had Simeon taken from them and placed in chains before their eyes. And Joseph gave orders that when their bags were filled with grain, each one's money should also be placed in his sack. They were also to be given provisions for their journey. This was done. The brothers then loaded the food they bought on their donkeys, and they departed. And when they came to the place where they spent the night, one of them opened his sack to feed his donkey. He saw his money right there at the top of his pack. "My money has been returned," he exclaimed to his brothers. "It is in my pack." Their hearts sank. "What is this that God has done to us?" they asked each other with trembling voices. When they came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, they told him about all that had happened to them. "The man who was the lord of the land spoke to us harshly," they said, "and he charged us with spying on the land. And we said to him, 'We are honorable men. We have never been spies. We are 12 brothers, all of the same father. One of us has been lost, and the youngest is now with our father in Canaan.' And the man, who was the lord of the land, said to us, 'I have a way of knowing if you are honorable. Leave one of your brothers with me. Take what you need for your hungry families and go. Bring your youngest brother back to me, and then I will know that you are honorable men and not spies. I will give your brother back to you, and you will be able to do business in our land.' And they began emptying their sacks, and each one's money was found to be in his sack. And the brothers and their father saw the money bags, and they were afraid. Their father Jacob said to them, 'You're making me lose my children. Joseph is gone, Simeon is gone, and now you want to take Benjamin? Everything is happening to me.' And Reuben tried to reason with his father. 'If I do not bring Benjamin back to you,' he said, 'you can put my 2 sons to death. Let him be my responsibility, and I will bring him back to you.' 'My son will not go with you,' replied Jacob. 'His brother is dead, and he is all I have left. Something may happen to him along the way, and you will bring my white head down to the grave in misery.' And the famine became worse in the area. And when they had used up all the supplies that they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, 'Go back and get us a little food.' Judah tried to reason with him. He said, 'The man warned us, "Do not appear before me unless your brother is with you." If you consent to send our brother with us, we will go and get you food. But if you will not send him, we cannot go. The man told us, "Do not appear before me unless your brother is with you." Israel said, "Why did you do such a terrible thing to me, telling the man that you had another brother?" And the brothers replied, "The man kept asking about us and our family. He asked, 'Is your father still alive? Do you have another brother?' We simply answered his questions. How were we to know that he would demand that we bring our brother there?" "Send the boy with me," said Judah to his father Israel. "Let us set out and get going. Let's live and not die. We you and also our children. I myself will be responsible for him. You can demand him from my own hand. If I do not bring him back and have him stand here before you, I will have sinned for all time. But if we had not waited so long, we could have been there and back twice by now." And their father Israel said to them, "If that's the way it must be, this is what you must do. Take some of the land's famous products in your baggage, a little balsam, a little honey, and some gum, resin, pistachio nuts, and almonds. Take along twice as much money, so that you will be able to return the money that was put at the tops of your packs. It might have been an oversight. And your brother, take him. Go and return to the man. May God Almighty grant that the man have pity on you and let you go along with your other brother and Benjamin. If I must lose my children, then I will lose them." The brothers took the gift and also brought along twice as much money as was needed. They set out with Benjamin and went to Egypt. Once again they stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the overseer of his household, "Bring these men to the palace. Butcher an animal and prepare it. These men will be eating lunch with me." The man did as Joseph said, and he escorted the brothers to Joseph's palace. And when the men realized that they were being brought to Joseph's palace, they were terrified. They said, "We are being brought here because of the money that was put back in our packs the last time. We will be framed and convicted. Our donkeys can be confiscated, and we can even be taken as slaves." When they were at the door of Joseph's palace, they went over to the overseer and spoke to him. "If you please, sir," they said, "we originally came down to buy food. Then, when we came to the place where we spent the night, we opened our packs, and each man's money was at the top of the pack. It was our own money, in its exact weight. We have brought it back with us. We have also brought along other money to buy food. We have no idea who put the money back in our packs." "Everything is fine as far as you are concerned," replied the overseer. "Don't be afraid. The God you and your father worship must have placed a hidden gift in your packs. I received the money you paid." And with that, he brought Simeon out to them. The man brought the brothers into Joseph's palace. He gave them water so they could wash their feet, and had fodder given to their donkeys. They got their gifts ready for when Joseph would come out at noon, since they heard that they would be eating with him. And when Joseph arrived home, they presented him with the gifts they had brought. They prostrated themselves on the ground to him. He inquired as to their welfare. "Is your older father at peace?" he asked. "Remember, you told me about him. Is he still alive?" "Your servant, our father, is at peace," they replied. "He is still alive." They bowed their heads and prostrated themselves. Joseph looked up and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son. He said, "This must be your youngest brother, about whom you told me." To Benjamin he said, "God be gracious to you, my son." And Joseph rushed out. His emotions had been aroused by his brother, and he had to weep. He went to a room, and there he wept. He washed his face and came out. Holding in his emotions, he said, "Serve the meal." Joseph, who was served by himself, and the brothers by themselves. The Egyptians who were eating with them were also segregated. The Egyptians could not eat with the Hebrews, since this was taboo to the Egyptians. When the brothers were seated before Joseph, they were placed in an order of age, from the oldest to youngest, and the brothers looked at each other in amazement. And Joseph sent them portions from his table, giving Benjamin 5 times as much as the rest. And they drank with him and became intoxicated. And Joseph gave his overseer special instructions. "Fill the men's packs with as much food as they can carry," he said. "Place each man's money at the top of his pack, and my chalice, the silver chalice, Place it on top of the youngest one's pack, along with the money for his food. The overseer did exactly as Joseph instructed him. With the first morning light, the brothers took their donkeys and were sent on their way. They had just left the city, and had not gone far, when Joseph said to his overseer, "Set out and pursue those men. Catch up with them, and say to them, 'Why did you repay good with evil? It's the cup from which my master drinks, and he uses it for divination. You did a terrible thing.'" The overseer caught up with them, and repeated exactly those words to them. And they said to him, "Why do you say such things? Heaven forbid that we should do such a thing. After all, we brought you back the money we found at the top of our packs, all the way from Canaan. How could we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If any of us has it in his possession, he shall die. You can take the rest of us for slaves." "It should be as you declare," he replied, "but only the one with whom it is found will be my slave. The rest will be able to go free." Each one quickly lowered his pack to the ground, and they all opened their packs. The overseer inspected each one, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest. The chalice was found in Benjamin's pack. The brothers tore their clothes in grief. Each one reloaded his donkey, and they returned to the city. When Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's palace, he was still there. They threw themselves on the ground before him. And Joseph said to them, "What did you think you were doing? Don't you realize that a person like me can determine the truth by divination?" "What can we say to my lord?" replied Judah. "How can we speak? How can we prove our innocence? God has uncovered our old guilt. Let us be your slaves, we and the one whose possession the chalice was found." "Heaven forbid that I do that," said Joseph. "The one in whose possession the chalice was found shall be my slave. The rest of you can go in peace to your father." Vayagash 78. Joseph reveals himself. Judah walked up to Joseph and said, "Please, your highness, let me say something to you personally. Do not be angry with me, even though you are just like Pharaoh. You asked if we still had a father or another brother. We told you we have a father who is very old, and the youngest brother is a child of his old age. He had a brother who died, and thus he is the only one of his mother's children still alive. His father loves him. You said to us, 'Bring him to me, so that I may set my eyes on him.' We told you, 'The lad cannot leave his father. If he left him, his father would die.' You replied, 'If your youngest brother does not come with you, you shall not see my face again.' We went to your servant, our father, and told him what you said. When our father told us to go back and get some food, we replied, 'We cannot go. We can go only if our youngest brother is with us. If he is not with us, we cannot even see the man in charge.' Your servant, our father, said, 'You know that my wife Rachel bore me 2 sons. One has already left me, and I assumed that he was torn to pieces by wild animals. I have seen nothing of him until now. Now you want to take this one from me too? If something were to happen to him, you will have brought my white head down on the grave in evil misery. And now, when I come to your servant, our father, the lad will not be with us. His soul is bound up with the lad's soul. When he sees that the lad is not there, he will die. I will have brought your servant, our father's white head down to the grave in misery. Besides, I offered myself to my father as a guarantee for the lad, and I said, 'If I do not bring him back to you, I will have sinned to my father for all time.' So, now let me remain as your slave in place of the lad. Let the lad go back with his brothers. For how can I go back to my father if the lad is not with me? I cannot bear to see the evil misery that my father would suffer." And Joseph could not hold in his emotions. Since all his attendants were present, he cried out. Have everyone leave my presence." Thus, no one else was with him when Joseph revealed himself to his brothers. He began to weep with such loud sobs that the Egyptians could hear it. The news of these strange happenings reached Pharaoh's palace, and Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?" His brothers were so startled they could not respond. "Please come closer to me," said Joseph to his brothers. And when they came closer, he said, "I am Joseph, your brother. You sold me to Egypt. Now, don't worry or feel guilty because you sold me. Look, God has sent me ahead of you to save lives. There has been a famine in the area for 2 years, and for another 5 years there will be no plowing or harvest. God has sent me ahead of you to ensure that you survive in the land and to keep you alive through such extraordinary means. Now, it is not you who sent me here, but God. He has made me Pharaoh's vizier, direction of his entire government, and dictator of all Egypt. Hurry, go back to my father, and give him the message. Your son Joseph says, 'God has made me master of all Egypt. Come to me without delay. You will be able to settle in the Goshen district and be close to me. You, your children, your grandchildren, your sheep, your cattle, and all that you own. I will fully provide for you there, since there will still be another 5 years of famine. I do not want you to become destitute, along with your family and all that is yours. You and my brother Benjamin can see with your own eyes that I myself am speaking to you. Tell father all about my high position in Egypt, and about all that you saw. You must hurry and bring father here." And with that, Joseph fell on the shoulders of his brother Benjamin, and he wept. Benjamin also wept on Joseph's shoulders. Joseph then kissed all his brothers and wept on their shoulders. And after that, his brothers conversed with him. News spread to Pharaoh's palace that Joseph's brothers had shown up, and Pharaoh and his advisers were pleased. Pharaoh told Joseph to instruct his brothers. "This is what you must do. Load your beasts and go directly to Canaan. Bring your father and your families and come to me. I will give you the best land in Egypt. You will eat the fat of the land. Now you are instructed to do the following. Take wagons from Egypt for your small children and wives, and also use them for your father. Come, and do not be concerned with your belongings, for the best of Egypt will be yours." Israel's sons agreed to do this. Joseph gave them wagons according to Pharaoh's instructions, and he also provided them with food for the journey. He gave each of his brothers an outfit of clothes. To Benjamin, however, he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 outfits. Joseph sent the following to his father: 10 male donkeys, loaded with Egypt's finest products, as well as 10 female donkeys, loaded with grain, bread, and food for his father's journey. He sent his brothers on their way. As they were leaving, he said to them, "Have a pleasant journey." The brothers headed north from Egypt, and they came to their father Jacob in Canaan. They broke the news to him. "Joseph is still alive. He is the ruler of all Egypt." And Jacob's heart became numb, for he could not believe them. Then they related all the words that Joseph had spoken to them, and he saw the wagons that Joseph had sent to transport him. The spirit of their father Jacob was then revived. "It's too much," said Israel. "My son Joseph is alive. I must go and see him before I die." Israel began the journey, taking all his possessions, and he arrived in Beersheba. He offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. God spoke to Israel in a night vision and said, "Jacob, Jacob." "Yes," replied Jacob. And God said, "I am the omnipotent God of your father. Do not be afraid to go to Egypt, for it is there that I will make you into a great nation. I will go to Egypt with you, and I will also bring you back again. And Joseph will place his hands on your eyes. And Jacob set out from Beersheba. Israel's sons transported their father, along with their children and wives, on the wagons that Pharaoh had sent to carry them. They took their livestock and all the possessions that they had acquired in Canaan, and Jacob came to Egypt with all his descendants. His sons and grandsons were with him. He also brought his daughters, his granddaughters, and all his offspring to Egypt with him. 79. Jacob's family. These are the names of the Israelites who came to Egypt, Jacob and his sons. Reuben was Jacob's firstborn. Reuben's sons were Enoch, Chenoch, Palu, Chetzron, and Carmi. Simeon's sons, Yemuel, Yamin, Ohad, Yachin, Zochar, as well as Saul, Shaul, son of the Canaanite woman. Levi's sons, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Judah's sons, Er, Onan, Shelah, Peretz, and Zerach. And Onan died in Canaan. The sons of Peretz were Chetzron and Chamul. Issacar's sons, Tola, Puva, Yav, and Shimron. Zebulun's sons, Sered, Elon, and Yachelel. All the above were from the sons that Leah bore to Jacob in Paddan Aram. Besides this, there was also Jacob's daughter Dinah. The tally so far, including his sons and daughters, is 33. Gad's sons, Sitzphion, Chagi, Shuni, Etzbon, Eri, Arodai, and Areli. Asher's sons, Yimnah, Yishva, Yishvi, and Beriah. There was also their sister Sharach. The sons of Beriah were Shever and Malchiel. The above are from the sons of Zilpah. Laban gave her to his daughter Leah, and she bore these sons to Jacob. Here there are 16 in all. The sons of Jacob's wife Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. In Egypt, Joseph had sons born to him by Asnath, daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, Manasseh, and Ephraim. Benjamin's sons, Bela, Bekhir, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Echi, Rosh, Mupim, Chupim, and Ard. The above are from the sons that Rachel bore to Jacob. There are 14 in all. Dan's sons, Chushim. Naphtali's sons, Yatshael, Guni, Yetzer, and Shilem. The above are from the sons of Bilhah. Laban gave her to his daughter Rachel, and she bore these sons to Jacob. Here there are 7 in all. Thus the number of people who came to Egypt with Jacob were his blood descendants was 66, not counting the wives of Jacob's sons. Joseph's sons bore to him in Egypt added another 2 individuals, adding it all up. The number of individuals in Jacob's family who came to Egypt was 70. 80. Jacob arrives in Egypt. Jacob sent Judah ahead of him to make preparations in Goshen. They then arrived in the Goshen district. Joseph personally harnessed his chariot, and he went to greet his father Israel in Goshen. He presented himself to his father and threw himself on his shoulders, weeping on his shoulders for a long time. "Now I can die," said Israel to Joseph. "I have seen your face, and you are still alive." To his brothers and his father's family, Joseph said, "I will go and tell Pharaoh. I will say the following to him. My brothers and my father family have come to me from Canaan. These men deal in livestock and are tenders of sheep. They have brought along their sheep, their cattle, and all their possessions. When Pharaoh summons you and inquires as to your occupation, you must say, We and our fathers have dealt in livestock all our lives. You will then be able to settle in the Goshen district, since all shepherds are taboo in Egypt." And Joseph went and told Pharaoh, and he said, "My father and brothers have come from Canaan, along with their sheep, their cattle, and all their belongings. They are now in Goshen district." And from among his brothers he selected 5 men, and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh asked Joseph's brothers, "What is your occupation?" "We are shepherds," they replied to Pharaoh. "We and our fathers before us. We have come to stay a while in your land." And they explained to Pharaoh, "Because there is no grazing for our flocks, so severe is the famine in Canaan. If you allow us, we will settle in the Goshen district." And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Your father and brothers have now come to you. The land of Egypt is at your disposal. Settle your father and brothers in the best area. Let them settle in the Goshen district. If you have capable men among them, you can appoint them as livestock officers over my cattle." And Joseph brought his father Jacob and presented him to Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. "How old are you?" asked Pharaoh of Jacob. "My journey through life has lasted 130 years," replied Jacob. "The days of my life have been few and hard. I did not live as long as my fathers did during their pilgrimage through life." With that, Jacob blessed Pharaoh and left his presence. Joseph found a place for his father and brothers to live. He gave them an estate in the Ramses region, in the best area, as Pharaoh had ordered. Joseph provided all the needs of his father, his brothers, and all his father's family, down to the very youngest. There was no bread in the entire area, and since the famine was very severe, the people of Egypt and Canaan became weak with hunger. And Joseph collected all the money in Egypt and Canaan in payment for the food the people were buying. Joseph brought all the money to Pharaoh's treasury. When the money in Egypt and Canaan was used up, Egyptians from all over came to Joseph. "Give us bread," they cried. "When should we die before you just because there is no money?" "Bring your livestock," replied Joseph. "If there is no more money, I will give you what you need in exchange for your animals." And they brought their livestock to Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, flocks of sheep, herds of cattle, and donkeys. He saw them through that year with bread in exchange for all their livestock. The year came to an end. They came to him the next year and said, "We are not holding anything back from you, your highness, but since the money and animal stocks are used up, there is nothing left for you besides our dried up bodies and our land. Why should we die before your very eyes, us and our land? Buy our bodies and our land in exchange for bread. Let us become Pharaoh's serfs, and let our land also be his. Give us seed grain. Let us live and not die. Let the land not become desolate." And Joseph thus bought up all the farmland in Egypt for Pharaoh. Every man in Egypt had sold his field, for the famine was too much for them, and the land became Pharaoh's property. And Joseph moved the people to the cities in all Egypt's borders, from one end to the other. The only land he did not buy up was that of the priests, since the priests had a food allotment from Pharaoh. They ate the food allotment that Pharaoh gave them, and did not have to sell their lands. Joseph announced to the people, "Today I have purchased your bodies and your lands for Pharaoh. Here is seed grain for you. Plant your fields. When it produces grain, you will have to give a fifth to the Pharaoh. The other 4 parts will be yours as seed grain for your fields, and as food for you, your wives, and your children." "You have saved our lives," they responded. "Just let us find favor in your eyes, and we will be Pharaoh's serfs." And Joseph set down a decree that is in force until today, that 1/5 of whatever grows on the farmland of Egypt belonged to Pharaoh. and only the priestly lands did not belong to Pharaoh. And meanwhile, the fledgling nation of Israel lived in Egypt, in the Goshen district. They acquired property there and were fertile, and with their population increasing very rapidly. Vayechi, 81. Jacob's last days. Jacob made Egypt his home for 17 years. He lived to be 147 years old. And when Israel realized that he would soon die, he called for his son Joseph. "If you really want to do me a kindness," he said, "place your hand under my thigh. Act toward me with truth and kindness, and do not bury me in Egypt. Let me lie with my fathers. Carry me out of Egypt, and bury me in their grave." "I will do as you say," replied Joseph. "Swear to me," said Jacob. Joseph made an oath to him, and from where he was on the bed, Israel bowed. A short time after this, Joseph was told that his father was sick, and Joseph went to his father, taking his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, along with him. And when Jacob was told that Joseph was coming to him, Israel summoned his strength and sat up in bed. And Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty once appeared to me in Luz, in the land of Canaan. He blessed me and said to me, 'I will make you fruitful and numerous, and have you give rise to an assembly of nations. I will give this land to you and your descendants as their property forever.' And now the 2 sons who were born to you in Egypt before I came here shall be considered as mine, and Ephraim and Manasseh shall be just like Reuben and Simeon to me. Any children that you have after them, however, shall be considered yours. They shall inherit only through their older brothers. And when I was coming from Padan, your mother Rachel died on me. It was in Canaan, a short distance before we came to Ephrath. I buried her there along the road to Ephrath, Bethlehem." Israel saw Joseph's sons. "Who are these?" he asked. "They are the sons that God gave me here," replied Joseph to his father. "If you would bring them to me," said Jacob, "I will give them a blessing." And Israel's eyes were heavy with age, and he could not see. And when Joseph brought his sons near him, Israel kissed them and hugged them. "I never even hoped to see your face," said Israel to Joseph, "but now God has even let me see your children." And Joseph took the boys from near his father's lap, and he bowed down to the ground. Joseph then took the 2 boys. He placed Ephraim to his right, to Israel's left, and Manasseh to his left, to Israel's right. He then came close to his father, and Israel reached out with his right hand and placed it on Ephraim's head, even though he was the younger son. He placed his left hand on Manasseh's head. He deliberately crossed his hands, even though Manasseh was the firstborn. And Jacob gave Joseph a blessing, and he said, "The God before whom my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, walked, is the God who has been my shepherd from as far back as I can remember until this day, sending an angel to deliver me from all evil. May he bless the lads and let them carry my name, along with the names of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac. May they increase in the land like fish." And when Joseph saw that his father had placed his right hand on Ephraim's head, he was displeased. He tried to lift his father's hand from Ephraim's head and place it on Manasseh's. "That's not the way it should be done, father," said Joseph. "The other one is the firstborn. Place your right hand on his head." And his father refused and said, "I know, my son, I know. And the older one will also become a nation. He too will attain greatness, but his younger brother will become even greater, and his descendants will become full-fledged nations." And on that day Jacob blessed them. He said, "In time to come, Israel will use you as a blessing. They will say, 'May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh.' He deliberately put Ephraim before Manasseh. And Israel said to Joseph, I am dying. God will be with you, and he will bring you back to your ancestral land. In addition to what your brothers shall share, I am giving you Shechem, which I took from the Amorite with my sword and bow. 82. Blessings. Reuben, Simeon, Levi. Jacob called for his sons, and when they came, he said, Come together, and I will tell you what will happen in the course of time. Come and listen, sons of Jacob. Listen to your father Israel. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my strength and the beginning of my manhood, first in rank and first in power. But because you were unstable as water, you will no longer be first. This is because you moved your father's beds, committing a profane act. He moved my bed. Simeon and Levi are a pair. Instruments of crime are their wares. Let my soul not enter their plot. Let my spirit not unite with their meeting. For they have killed men with anger, maimed bulls with will. Cursed be their rage, for it is fierce, and their fury, for it is cruel. I will disperse them in Jacob, scatter them in Israel. 83. Judah. Judah, your brothers shall submit to you. Yodu. Your hand shall be on your enemies' necks. Your father's sons shall bow to you. Young lion, Judah, you have risen from prey, my son. He crouches, lies like a lion, like an awesome lion. Who will dare rouse him? The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor legislation from his descendants. Nations will submit to him until the final tranquility comes. He loads down his donkey with a single grapevine, his young donkey with a single vine branch. He even washes his clothes in wine, his cloak in the blood of grapes. But his eyes are more sparkling than the wine, and his teeth whiter than milk. 84. Zebulun. Zebulun shall settle the seashores. He will be a harbor for ships. His border shall reach Shadon. Issachar is a strong 85. Issachar is a strong-boned donkey, stretching out between the saddlebags. But he sees that the resting place is good, and that the land is pleasant. So he will bend his back to the load, working like a slave. Dan shall fight for 86. Dan shall fight for Dan, his people, like any one of the tribes of Israel. Let Dan be a snake on the road, a viper on the path, biting the horse's heel, so the rider falls backward. I pray that God will help you. 87. Gad. Raiders, Gad shall raid Gad, but he will raid at their heel. 88. Asher. From Asher shall come the richest foods. He shall provide the king's delights. 89. Naphtali. Naphtali is a deer running free. He delivers words of beauty. 90. Joseph. Joseph is a fruitful son, like a fruitful vine, by the fountain with branches running over the wall. People made his life bitter and attacked him. Masters of strife made him their target. But his resolution remained firm, and his arms were eventually bedecked with gold. This was from Jacob's champion, and from then on he became a shepherd, a builder of Israel. This was from your father's God, who will still help you, and from the Almighty, who will bless you. Yours will be the blessings of heaven above, the blessings of the water lying beneath, the blessings of breast and womb. May your father's blessings add to the blessings of my parents, lasting as long as the eternal hills. May they be for Joseph's head, for the brow of the elect of his brothers. 91. Benjamin. Conclusion. Benjamin is a vicious wolf. He eats a portion in the morning and divides his prey in the evening. All these are the tribes of Israel, 12 in all. And this is what their father said to them when he blessed them. He gave each one his own special blessing. Jacob then gave his sons his final instructions. I am going to join my people in death, he said. Bring me to my fathers, to be buried in the cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite. This is the cave in Machpelah field, bordering Mamre, in the land of Canaan. Abraham bought it along with the field from Ephron the Hittite as burial property. This is where Abraham and his wife Sarah are buried. This is where Isaac and his wife Rebekah are buried. And this is where I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and its cave from the children of Heth is still recognized. And Jacob thus concluded his instructions to his sons. He drew his feet back onto the bed, breathed his last, and was brought back to his people. Joseph fell on his father's face. He wept there and kissed his father. Joseph then ordered his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. The physicians thus embalmed Israel. He took 40 days, since that was the time required for embalming. Egypt mourned Jacob for 70 days. When the period of mourning for Jacob was over, Joseph addressed Pharaoh's court and said, If you would do me a favor, give the following personal message to Pharaoh. My father bound me by an oath, and he declared, I am dying. You must bury me in the grave that I prepared for myself in the land of Canaan. Now, if you will allow me, I will head north and bury my father. I will return. Go, bury your father, said Pharaoh, just as he had you swear. Joseph headed north to bury his father, and with him went all of Pharaoh's courtiers, who were his palace elders, as well as all the other elders of Egypt. All of Joseph's household, his brothers, and his father's family also went. All they left behind in Goshen were their small children, their sheep, and their cattle. A chariot brigade and horsemen also went with them. It was a very imposing retinue. They came to Bramble Barn, Goren Ha'atad, on the bank of the Jordan, and there they conducted a great, imposing funeral. Joseph observed a 7-day mourning period for his father. And when the Canaanites living in the area saw the mourning in Bramble Barn, they said, Egypt is in deep mourning here. The place on the bank of the Jordan was therefore called Egypt's mourning, Avel Mitzrayim. And Jacob's son did as he had instructed them. His sons carried him to Canaan, and they buried him in the cave of Machpelah field, bordering Mamre. This is the field that Abraham bought for burial property from Ephron the Hittite. And after he buried his father, Joseph returned to Egypt along with his brothers and all those who went with him to his father's burial. And Joseph's brothers began to realize the implications of their father's death. What if Joseph is still holding a grudge against us, they said. He is likely to pay us back for all the evil we did to him. They instructed messengers to tell Joseph, Before he died, your father gave us final instructions. He said, This is what you must say to Joseph. Forgive the spiteful deed and the sin your brothers committed when they did evil to you. Now forgive the spiteful deed that we, the servants of your father's God, have done. And as the messengers spoke to him, Joseph wept. His brothers then came and threw themselves at his feet. Here, they said, we are your slaves. Don't be afraid, said Joseph to them. Shall I then take God's place? You might have meant to do me harm, but God made it come out good. He made it come out as it actually did, where the life of a great nation has been preserved. Now, don't worry. I will fully provide for you and your children. And he thus comforted them and tried to make up. And Joseph remained in Egypt along with his father's family, and he lived to be 110 years old. And Joseph saw Ephraim's grandchildren, and the children of Manasseh's son Machir were also born on Joseph's lap. And Joseph said to his close family, I am dying. God is sure to grant you special providence and bring you out of this land to the land that he swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Joseph then bound the Israelites by an oath. When God grants you this special providence, you must bring my remains out of this place. And Joseph died at the age of 110 years. He was embalmed and placed in a sarcophagus in Egypt. End of Genesis.